from all-round top student to chief scientist. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 176 End of report. Let I, J, A, B, Q, N, and N represent positive integers. Let the letters X, Y, Z, and C represent real numbers. P always represents a prime number, and Pn is the nth prime number. Here, P represents a twin prime pair whose first member is P, and Pn represents the nth twin prime pair, when A, Q, equals 1 and 0. As Lin Xiao began his presentation, everyone present focused their thoughts, following his lead. Regardless of whether they had discovered errors in Lin Xiao's previous papers, the proof of an important theory always requires a world-renowned academic presentation. It's a necessary step. Of course, before Lin Xiao got to the real point, many of the mathematicians present were not fully focused on Lin Xiao's argument, but on him. They looked at the young man on the stage. Many of them were die-hard fans of Lin Xiao, having attended all three of his presentations. The first time was at the International Congress of Mathematicians in Rio de Janeiro. The second time was at the Goldbach Conjecture Report Conference in the Great Hall of the People in Beijing, and the third time was right here. Each time, Lin Xiao was able to bring them results that shocked the mathematical world. And the time span of these three reports was already 2 years. Looking at the young man on the stage and listening to his words, they even felt a sense of familiarity as if they were old friends. In the seats below, in the second row, the professors from Princeton University sat together, including Peter Sarnak, Enrique Pompiri, Pierre Delaine, and several famous mathematicians from Princeton University. Pompiri sighed softly. It feels like this young man has grown up a lot. Yes. Sarnak also smiled and nodded. Among them, it was Sarnak who had first communicated with Lin Xiao, because Lin Xiao's first paper was submitted to the Annals of Mathematics, and Sarnak, as the editor-in-chief of the Annals of Mathematics, took on the review work. As for the person who first met Lin Xiao, it was Pompili. At that time, Lin Xiao was still participating in the EMO, and his face still had the youthful aura of 18 years old. Now, Lin Xiao has successively completed the proof of the 4 major difficult problems in mathematics, the founder of many theories and theorems widely used in academia, and the originator of the Lin conjecture, which is still being vigorously studied by the algebraic geometry community but has always struggled to make effective progress. At this time, he spoke at a steady pace and his breathing was steady. Even his steps were no longer the small steps he used to take, but were long and confident. Facing the audience of more than 1,000 mathematicians, he did not seem timid at all. His face had also become more mature. So, we can say that we have watched him grow up. Delaine also said with a smile. There was nostalgia and relief in the eyes of the 3 old men, and at the same time, there was a sense of regret that they were already old. The youngest among them was Sarnak, but he was already 67 years old this year, and the oldest, Pompiri, was already 80 years old. You old guys are feeling sentimental now, a familiar voice sounded again from the back. They were stunned, and they all turned their heads to look, and couldn't help but scolded with laughter. Oh, Andrew, why do you always sit behind us? And then you show up when we are chatting. Andrew Wiles spread his hands, according to the theory of relativity. I can also ask you this question in return. Why do you always sit in front of me? The people in front rolled their eyes, and it was based on the theory of relativity. Let's not talk about it anymore. It's impolite to chat at other people's lectures. Pompiri waved his hand and stopped talking. The other people didn't say anything more and continued to listen to Lin Xiao's story. At the back of the conference hall, a few media outlets that were approved to come here were setting up cameras at the back to record this report. In addition to local French media, these approved media outlets also included some other international media outlets, and among them, China Central Television was also prominently listed. The reason why several CCTV reporters were able to come here was naturally because of Lin Xiao. They were sitting in the back rows, and they couldn't understand anyway. The last time I saw him, he proved the Goldbach conjecture. Now I see him, he has proved the twin prime conjecture. What do you think is more difficult, the Goldbach conjecture or this conjecture? Female reporter Zhang Ning looked at the mathematical formulas on the PPT, her head felt a little numb, and finally turned her head and asked. Another male reporter, Sun Xiang, said, who knows? Maybe this is the difficulty? After all, he proved the Goldbach conjecture first. You two don't even know to check the information. Chen Ming next to him said unhappily, the Goldbach conjecture is more difficult. You guys, as reporters, must be prepared. Zhang Ning chuckled, anyway, it will be you, Boss Chen, who will interview Lin Xiao. Let's take a break. Chen Ming shook his head, too lazy to argue with him. By the way, isn't there an award in mathematics called the Fields Medal, which is known as the Nobel Prize in Mathematics? Do you think he can win this award in the future? No need to ask, he definitely can, Chen Ming said, but I don't know if it will be in 2022 or 2026. If he gets it in 2022, he will only be 22 years old then, right? Yes, that's the youngest Fields Medal winner, Chen Ming nodded with emotion, and then looked at the young man in front of him again, with envy in his eyes. He was not envious of Lin Xiao's current achievements, but envied Lin Xiao for being able to realize his own unfulfilled dream. That is to become a mathematician. In other words, there are countless people in the world whose childhood dream was to become a mathematician. Play with numbers and symbols, and study things that others can't understand. Especially Chinese students. After all, in the Chinese education system, the cultivation of mathematics starts in the first grade of elementary school. If girls dream of becoming a writer or musician when they grow up, then boys' dreams of growing up, in addition to astronauts, definitely include the choice of mathematicians. Unfortunately, as they grew up, the increasingly difficult math problems eventually dampened their passion. Even Chen Ming, who once boasted of being a math prodigy, always ranked top in his class. He even majored in mathematics when he first entered university. However, after a year and a half of study, topology and differential geometry proved so challenging that he gave up. Despite his fervent efforts, he couldn't overcome his weaknesses in these areas. In desperation, he dropped out and repeated his senior year. When he applied for university the second time, he chose foreign languages. Finally, after many setbacks, he landed in Paris as a CCTV reporter. He envied Lin Xiao for being able to achieve such a dream. What a perfect life! Boss Chen, Zhang Ning nudged Chen Ming, seeing him dazed. What are you thinking about? Chen Ming, regaining his composure, smiled and said, I just hope China can have more geniuses like you. Zhang Ning nodded, yes. If only there were 1,000, the chief architect of the last century once commented on Chen Jingren, it would be great if China had 1,000 Chen Jingrens. And if they had so many Lin Xiaos, would they become a super mathematical power that surpasses the United States and France? The three shook their heads at the same time. If such a thing happened, it would be like a knife cutting God's butt. In order to find NS1, SK1, SKL, we write NS1 SK1, SKL, equals DPLN add pl. After calculation, we finally get Greek letter phi2, N, equals ND2, D, D, and here, we will really introduce the viewpoints in geometric topology. As Lin Xiao's narration entered the key points, the mathematicians present also paid attention. At this point, Lin Xiao paused, and then said, although I have completed all the arguments in detail with calculations on pages 45 to 47 of the paper, in order to make everyone better understand my theory, I will do the calculations again on the blackboard to facilitate everyone's understanding. Hearing Lin Xiao say this, the eyes of some people whose calculation skills were not so good at the scene brightened up. Many of them had problems with these calculations. Now Lin Xiao was going to recalculate them, which was obviously a good thing for them. In addition, there were many students from various French universities in the audience. When they heard what Lin Xiao said, their eyes also brightened up. Through Lin Xiao's calculation process, they could also understand it better. However, the facts seemed to be a little different from what they thought. When a blackboard was pushed out by the staff, Lin Xiao began to write on it. Let F be the basis of the relevant ibundle TF, and let PF be the set of rings embedded in S. These rings are the isotopes and rel boundaries of the VTF components. Now, we call these rings the Pauli-Schink trajectories of TF. Next, our calculations will begin. It may be a little complicated, so please be patient. SWXT, SPN, equals PSWXKX, plus N, SW. Row after row of formulas were portrayed by Lin Xiao. They were so beautiful that the patient listeners below were once again lost in confusion about beauty. They had originally thought that through Lin Xiao's on-the-spot calculations, they would at least be able to understand, but the reality was still cruel. Except for a few people who were more insightful, Those who didn't understand it before still couldn't understand it. It was like when you were an undergraduate, you made all kinds of thorough preparations in order to take the algebraic geometry class well, and then came to the first algebraic geometry class with full confidence, but in the end you were still crushed by this subject. Lin Xiao's narration obviously did not leave time for those who didn't understand to understand. When they just lowered their heads to think about how a certain row of formulas was obtained, when they looked up again, the blackboard was already full, and Lin Xiao was ready to turn it over. The back of the blackboard could also be used. All of a sudden, those who couldn't understand finally gave up trying to understand and chose to give up, deciding to wait until they got back and ask their teachers or something. Of course, Lin Xiao didn't care whether these people understood or not. As long as the top math people understood it and didn't point out his problems, that was all that mattered. However, he had already made a perfect interpretation in his paper, so naturally there would be no mistakes in his report. Just like that, in front of the mathematicians, or rather, in front of the top mathematician sitting in the first 10 rows, he finally finished this part of the story. So, we successfully transformed the entire part into a problem in the field of topology. Next, we introduce the Green-Tau theorem and describe it using topological geometry. We can get, until this point, most of the mathematicians sitting in the first 10 rows raised their heads and leaned back in their chairs. They no longer had any questions. They could deduce the following things by themselves. Lin Xiao's report still made them applaud, just like the original report on the Goldbach conjecture. And then, there was no more suspense. Just like that, the report slowly came to an end. In this topological space with an infinite length, we can undoubtedly infer that there will be 2 points with a distance of 2 that always appear suddenly and will never disappear. And these 2 points represent our twin primes, so we can also infer without a doubt that in that natural number series with no end in sight, twin primes will always exist. So far, my proof ends. This is the mathematical Mona Lisa that I have drawn. I hope everyone is satisfied. Lin Xiao bowed slightly, the smile on his face calm and dignified. The people present had already extended their hands and applauded in celebration. Chapter 177 Interview, Recovering Costs. The lecture was over. As with the Goldbach conjecture, no one in attendance raised any questions. For such an important academic presentation, questions often pointed to the theory's most fatal flaws. The only people qualified to raise questions were the top mathematicians in the front row. If they had no doubts about the proof, then the academic presentation was complete. As for those who, due to their limited knowledge, still didn't understand the process, their questions weren't problems with the theory, they were their own problems, not Lin Xiao's. After all, an academic presentation wasn't a classroom. Amidst the applause of the crowd, Lin Xiao left the stage and approached the mathematicians he was familiar with. First up was Professor Laurent Laforgue, winner of the 2002 Fields Medal. Professor Laforgue, nice to meet you again. Haha, yes, every time I meet you, you always surprise me. It's my honor, Lin Xiao said with a smile. By the way, how's life at Warwick? Laforgue smiled. It's very good. The pay is good, and I can continue to pursue the research I love. That would be great, Laforgue said with a smile. If you can surprise me again the next time we meet, that would be even better. Just then, another professor approached and said to Lin Xiao with a smile, Lin, well done, Professor Werner. Lin Xiao nodded at Professor Wendelin Werner, the 2006 Fields Medal winner. Haha, if I weren't just an adjunct professor at the École Normale Supérieure, I'd have to compete with Professor Searle for your position as your advisor, Professor Werner said with a smile. Lin Xiao smiled and said, even though you're not my advisor, if I ever have a problem, please don't refuse your advice. Haha, of course I won't, Werner laughed. Next, another professor approached, Cédric Villani, the 2010 Fields medalist. And it wasn't just him, several French mathematicians also arrived. They were all seated in a row, many of them Fields medalists themselves. They also had one thing in common, they all graduated from the École Normale Supérieure in Paris, making them Lin Xiao's seniors. At that moment, Lin Xiao finally experienced what it meant to be a top university in pure mathematics. After all, the École Normale Supérieure had produced 12 Fields medalists, 4 more than the second-place university, Cambridge University. Lin Xiao heard someone calling him again. He turned and saw Pompiri and a few others approaching. His eyes lit up, and he walked over with a smile. Professor Pompiri, Professor Sanik, Professor Deline, you're here too, Pompiri nodded with a smile. Of course, for such an important event, we have to join in the fun. I heard you'll be traveling to Sweden this May to receive the Crafoord Prize. Congratulations. Pompiri's smile widened when Lin Xiao mentioned this. Haha, this is truly a surprise for me. The Crafoord Prize winner is announced in mid-January each year, and the award ceremony is held in April or May. This award is no less prestigious than other accolades. Like the Nobel Prize, it is administered and awarded by the Royal Swedish Academy of Sciences. Its purpose is to recognize scientific fields that are not recognized by the Nobel Prize. Recipients of the Crafoord Prize are generally highly regarded in their respective academic fields. Recipients are often older, like Pompiri, a sign of recognition of their past achievements. As for the youngest winner, Terence Tao received the award at the age of 38, standing out among the crowd of people over 50. Lin Xiao smiled and said, when the award ceremony is held, if I have the chance, I will definitely go to see it. Okay, I'll be back in my hometown in Italy for a while soon, and then I'll go to the award ceremony to receive the award. Pompili patted Lin Xiao's shoulder and said, I'm looking forward to seeing you then. Okay, Lin Xiao nodded. At this moment, Sanik, who was standing next to him, said, by the way, Lin Xiao, why didn't you come to study at Princeton? We were all so excited about it. At this question, Pompili and Deline all looked at Lin Xiao. Well, Lin Xiao scratched his head and said, because I've been to Paris before, I had a slight liking for the place, so I came here. Hearing this answer, several Princeton professors expressed frustration. I should have told you to come to Princeton University. Hey, you old bastards, are you here to poach our talent? Just then, another elderly man approached, pointing at the top mathematicians from the United States and speaking sternly. This elderly man was none other than Jean-Pierre Serre. Even Deline felt a sense of respect for this veteran of mathematics. After all, Serre and his teacher Grothendieck were good friends, and some of Serre's results even played a crucial role in laying the foundations for modern algebraic geometry. It's safe to say that without Serre's initial efforts, Grothendieck's foundations for modern algebraic geometry would remain uncertain. Furthermore, Deline's proof of the wheel conjecture was preceded by Professor Serre's work, and the two had previously collaborated on this work. Professor Serre, all three shouted. Searle walked over to Lin Xiao, patted him on the shoulder, and said, Lin is my student now, so don't let those little fantasies of yours run wild. Hearing this, Deline and the others exchanged a look of frustration. While seniority wasn't a big deal abroad, Lin Xiao had become Professor Searle's student, so in a sense, he and Deline were of the same generation. After Lin Xiao chatted with the mathematicians for a while, the three CCTV reporters stationed in Paris suddenly approached. Lin Xiao, hearing his name called in his native language, Lin Xiao immediately turned around and smiled when he saw the three reporters, Reporter Chen, Reporter Sun, and Reporter Zhang. Lin Xiao, your presentation just now was truly impressive. Zhang Ning gave Lin Xiao a thumbs up. Lin Xiao was 7 years younger than her, yet he could give such a presentation. Being a CCTV international reporter in Paris was already a pretty impressive career, but compared to Lin Xiao, she was envious. Lin Xiao looked surprised. Huh? Did you understand? Oh, this? Zhang Ning was stunned. She didn't understand a thing. Chen Ming and Sun Xiang both laughed. Chen Ming said with a smile, Zhang Ning probably didn't understand. She was playing with her phone in the back. Boss, Zhang Ning slapped Chen Ming angrily. Seeing this, Lin Xiao smiled and asked, by the way, is there anything you need? Chen Ming smiled and said, just like last time, we need to interview you. Do you have time? Of course, no problem, Lin Xiao nodded. Of course he wouldn't refuse a request from his compatriot. Besides, it was a good opportunity for his friends back home to hear his voice again. It had been a while since he'd been on a trending search in China. With Lin Xiao's agreement, Chen Ming thanked him. Thank you very much. What time do you think would be suitable? Right now is fine, since he had nothing else to do. Accepting an interview wasn't a big deal. Thank you for your help. Lin Xiao waved his hand. It's no big deal. At that moment, Professor Searle, noticing he seemed preoccupied, patted him on the shoulder and said, remember to come back early. Tonight, the École Normale Supérieure in Paris has prepared a Lin Xiao night for you. As the star attraction, you must arrive early. Lin Xiao was taken aback, then smiled and said, I understand. Then, Lin Xiao and the three reporters found a suitable interview location and began the interview. "Excuse me, how do you feel about your successful proof?" The first, customary question was asked first. Lin Xiao smiled faintly and replied, "Success is sometimes accidental, but sometimes inevitable. So, if you're asking me how I feel, I can only confidently say that this is only the fourth math problem I've solved, and there will be many more in the future." Such a confident answer made the three reporters' eyes light up. Perhaps only Lin Xiao could say such a thing? Chen Ming smiled and nodded, then asked his second question. "We noticed you mentioned the Mona Lisa at the beginning and end of your report. What's the meaning behind this?" Lin Xiao smiled. "You must have all seen the trending searches a while ago, right? The one about me being called a kung fu master?" Chen Ming and the others nodded. Of course they knew about this. They had originally wanted to interview Lin Xiao again, but they couldn't get in touch with him, and then they ended up here. Lin Xiao said, "I was standing in front of the Mona Lisa when an inspiration struck me. This gave me a direction to prove the twin prime conjecture, and I later succeeded. So, I want to call my proof of the twin prime conjecture my Mona Lisa, so that's how it is." Suddenly, a sudden realization dawned on them. Just as Wang Yangming in ancient times sought knowledge through bamboo, so too did Lin Xiao prove the twin prime conjecture through the Mona Lisa. Several reporters immediately came up with several headlines. Chen Ming smiled and asked, "So, did you really have an epiphany back then?" Lin Xiao said, "If I had to describe it, it would be an epiphany. But actually, I think everyone has had this experience, right? For example, when you were doing math problems before, you had no idea how to do it at first, and then suddenly, a flash of inspiration hits you and you figured it out. That's also an epiphany." Chen Ming thought for a moment and said, "That's true. I've had that experience before, but you solved a world-class problem, while we were just solving problems that were given to us by others. Same principle." Lin Xiao smiled. "Have you all had that experience?" Zhang Ning beside him whispered, "When I encounter a problem I don't know, I just copy the answer." Everyone laughed, and Sun Xiang said, "So it's a good thing you studied foreign languages, not science and engineering." Everyone laughed again. Chen Ming then continued to ask other questions. After the interview ended, Lin Xiao said goodbye and returned to the École Normale Supérieure in Paris, where he had a party waiting for him today. Meanwhile, in the United States, at David Kamen's home, he watched Lin Xiao's live academic presentation until it ended, then angrily shut down his computer, logged into his social media account, and posted a status. "This is persecution of truth. Everyone is only paying attention to Lin Xiao's proof, while no one is paying attention to the other person's proof. This is disrespectful to academia." He couldn't understand why. He had clearly announced his proof before Lin Xiao, yet everyone was only paying attention to Lin Xiao's proof, while no one cared about his own, or even mentioned it to him. Even his friends in mathematics who once spoke up for him were no longer speaking up for him. Everyone praised Lin Xiao's proof, but remained silent about his own. This infuriated him so much that he hadn't been to school for several days. "I need to find the Los Angeles Times." He suddenly thought of this media outlet. Speaking through them would surely help him. So he quickly took out his cell phone and called. "Myron, you must help me." "Help you? The premise is that your proof is correct. Your proof is wrong. How can we help you?" Kamen was stunned. "My proof is wrong? This is impossible. You don't know yet? Oh my god, respected Professor Kamen, you are a mathematician, and you let me, a reporter, tell you that your proof is wrong," Myron said impatiently. "Originally, we at the Los Angeles Times have found several well-known mathematicians to speak out for your proof process, but they all said that your proof is wrong. What else is there to say? In order to avoid you being sad, I didn't mention it to you, but you didn't even know it." Kamen's face was full of disbelief. His proof was wrong? Why didn't he tell him before? But that was the fact. No one told him that his proof was wrong. After all, Lin Xiao's proof was successful first, and it would be hurtful to tell him that the proof failed. So everyone seemed to have not told Kamen at the same time. Everyone thought that someone else would tell Kamen. Thus, Kamen was caught in an information asymmetry that he still doesn't realize. "Alright, that's it," Myron said. He hung up and tossed the phone aside. He had high hopes for this guy, but this was the end? Suddenly, he remembered what he had recorded saying about Kamen. "Now it's time to recoup my investment." Then, he found his recorder and went to see their editor-in-chief. "Please vote for me." Chapter 178 Party. Cheers! The École Normale Supérieure, ENS, in Paris has a traditional evening party called Night of the Rue d'Ulm. Tonight, the ENS held another gala to celebrate their doctoral student, Lin Xiao, for proving a mathematical jewel, the twin prime conjecture. Such a significant achievement certainly deserves special treatment from the ENS. Hence, the gala was named Lin Xiao Night. Unlike Night of the Rue d'Ulm, this one was closed to the public. Only ENS students and faculty, as well as invited mathematicians, were allowed to attend. In fact, the gala had already begun before Lin Xiao returned to the ENS. While he was the star attraction, the gala was also a chance for everyone to get to know each other, so his absence didn't affect the flow of the event. However, when he arrived, he was naturally greeted with enthusiasm by everyone present. As he entered the party, everyone surrounded him and cheered. Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao, our hero has arrived. The exceptional prince of mathematics has arrived at his loyal École Normale Supérieure at 6:52. Hail to the star of the evening. Lin Xiao, swept up by the enthusiasm of everyone present, smiled and shouted, "Thank you, everyone." The people cheered again. Just then, Lin Xiao heard a voice from the side. "Lin, grab your glass first, then celebrate with everyone." Lin Xiao turned and saw Professor Laurent Lafforgue calling out to him, raising a glass of red wine. Many people present also held bottles of red wine. After all, France is the birthplace of red wine, so how could a gathering like this be without some? Lin Xiao, of course, didn't refuse. Okay, life is all about drinking and chatting with friends, and now was the time to celebrate with everyone present. He took a goblet from one of the students serving as waiters and filled it a third of the way full. Then he walked onto the stage, facing everyone present, and said with a smile, "Thank you all for your hospitality, and thank you all for celebrating me. So, à votre santé," he shouted the French word for cheers, then raised his glass in greeting. Hearing his words, the partygoers also raised their glasses and shouted, "à votre santé." Then, everyone drank the wine together. In France, people don't usually gulp down red wine in one gulp, but at this moment, no one cared, and they all downed their glasses. "Thank you, everyone." After finishing his drink, Lin Xiao raised his empty glass once more and smiled. "Great," the crowd erupted in cheers again. Suddenly, someone in the audience called out, "Lin, do you know Chinese Kung Fu?" Everyone around laughed and looked at Lin Xiao, eager for his answer. Lin Xiao spread his hands and said with a smile, "Yes, we Chinese all know Kung Fu. It just so happens that our Kung Fu has a particularly powerful technique called acupressure. The first one is rubbing the shining acupoint." He tapped the area above his eye sockets and gently rubbed it, then pinched the area between his eyebrows. This is called squeezing and pressing the Jingming acupoint. Then there's rubbing the Sibei acupoint, pressing the temples, and scraping the eye sockets. Hearing Lin Xiao's words, the foreigners present were a little confused. The previous person asked again, "What are they used for?" Lin Xiao smiled and said, "They can't hurt you, but they can protect your eyes, so they're called eye exercises." Everyone present was stunned, then burst into laughter. "I'll definitely try it when I get back," the person shouted. Of course, Lin Xiao said with a smile, "For example, if you've been reading a novel for a long time, you should stop and do this Kung Fu to protect your eyes." Everyone present gave a thumbs up and applauded. Lin Xiao then left the stage amidst the applause and rejoined his familiar friends, continuing to enjoy the evening. In a corner of the hall, international students from the École Normale Supérieure in China were gathered. Seeing this scene, they all looked at him with envy. Lin Xiao must have ascended to immortality by now. More than immortality, he's invincible in heaven and earth, they exclaimed. He was already a superstar. While they, studying at the École Normale Supérieure, were admired by many, they were nothing compared to him. "Let's go have a drink with him, let's go." Then, the Chinese students stood up and walked towards Lin Xiao. They were familiar with him, as they were all from China and had certainly interacted before. Seeing several fellow countrymen approach him for a drink, Lin Xiao naturally accepted the offer and chatted with them over their drinks. The evening gradually ended as everyone drank, chatted, and listened to music from the arts department's music students. As the main guest, Lin Xiao naturally drank a lot of alcohol. Besides wine, the party also featured beer. While wine might not be the kind of drink to be drunk freely in French culture, beer is clearly a very suitable choice. So, in addition to wine, Lin Xiao also drank quite a bit of beer. The combination of these two different types of alcohol made it easier for the alcohol to seep into the bloodstream. So, Lin Xiao was completely carried back to the dormitory by Alex and the others. It was already 11 o'clock in the evening, and after the party, the academy fell into silence once again. A silent night. The next morning at 9 o'clock, Lin Xiao opened his still sore eyes to the sound of a few cat meows. It's dawn. He turned to look at the cat next to him. Mimi was calling out to him. Lin Xiao reached out and rubbed the cat's head. After sitting up in bed, he checked the time. It's already past 9 o'clock, no wonder Mimi was calling, she must be hungry. This cat is good in every way except for its voracious appetite. Lin Xiao usually controls the amount of cat food he gives it, only giving it more if he has something else to do. But since Mimi hadn't been home since yesterday, she must have been starving. Sorry, he rubbed Mimi's head and took another customary sip. Then Lin Xiao got out of bed, poured her some cat food, and washed up and ate breakfast. After that, he began his work, sending his proof of the twin prime conjecture to the Annals of Mathematics. Yesterday, Professor Sanik, the editor-in-chief, had said he would also serve as a reviewer. Of course, he would also invite several top mathematicians to conduct the final review. Then, in the July issue of the Annals of Mathematics, his paper would be published. After finishing all that, he suddenly received a piece of news shared by Alex. It was a Los Angeles Times article. Stanford University mathematics professor David Kamen calls genius boring. At the same time, Alex replied, Lin, this guy is going to be in trouble. Ha. Seeing this, Lin Xiao was stunned. David Kamen? Wasn't he the one competing with him on the twin prime conjecture? What was going on? He clicked on the news and saw a video. After the video played, it was followed by a recording. I don't like these so-called geniuses. They disrupt the order of the mathematical community and affect the achievements of others. It's really annoying. Hearing this, Lin Xiao frowned and shook his head slightly. Indeed, as Alex said, this guy is going to be in trouble. After all, their fundamental theoretical research doesn't just require geniuses. Geniuses lay the entire framework, but filling it out still requires the work of many people. But geniuses are absolutely indispensable to the scientific community, just like those mathematicians who won the Fields Medal. Who can deny the fact that they are geniuses? Therefore, Kamen's words were not only directed at him, but also at many more geniuses. Naturally, he's going to be in trouble. Please give me a monthly vote TT. Chapter 179 High Energy Physics Class. After the recording ended, a figure appeared in the video. A well-dressed, elite-looking reporter named Dawson Myron. With a serious expression, he said, I never imagined Professor Kamenian would be this kind of person. To prevent people like him from polluting our educational landscape and stifling our potential talents, I believe such behavior must be exposed. Seeing the reporter's serious expression, Lin Xiao couldn't help but laugh and shake his head. He remembered that the Los Angeles Times had previously helped promote Kamenians, and now they were turning against him. Wasn't that unethical? However, the news was quite popular, with a high number of views, comments, and reposts. Perhaps that was the most important thing for such media outlets. As for the initial promotion of Kamenians, it was probably just for publicity. Lin Xiao shook his head. He knew he had to give these media outlets a wide berth. He could accept interviews, but if they showed him friendliness and offered to help, he should be wary. If you truly believe their words, just consider what happened to Kamen, and you'll understand. In short, Kamen is probably now socially dead. It's even possible that Stanford University might expel him. As for what will happen to the mathematics community, that's another matter. However, he likely won't receive invitations to international mathematical events, like the International Congress of Mathematicians. Of course, Lin Xiao didn't feel any sympathy. We were all adults, and we should all take responsibility for our actions. Besides, the guy was targeting him. He stopped paying attention, stood up, drew back the curtains, and cast his gaze toward the courtyard outside. The weather was nice. It was April, and the spring sunshine was bright. So, let's go for a walk. He didn't have anything else to do anyway. Then he left the dormitory and walked out. Arriving at the central courtyard, Lin Xiao's face was filled with emotion as he took in the beautiful scenery. Humans are a wonderful creature. Looking at the scenery can be a source of delight. If it was excitement from seeing a beautiful member of the opposite sex, it was understandable. It was, after all, a primitive physiological reaction for animals. However, the scenery, when reflected on the retina and converted into electrical signals for processing by the brain, is nothing more than an image composed of different colors and layers, yet it still brings a sense of satisfaction. Of course, it's precisely this very reason that makes intelligent life, such as humans, seem even more miraculous. He wasn't the only one admiring the scenery. There were quite a few people around him, students and teachers, gathered in groups of 3 or 5. Some had laptops on their laps, discussing academic matters. Elsewhere, a few stylishly dressed men were playing folk music on guitars, attracting the attention of many women. Of course, from time to time, someone would spot Lin Xiao, recognize him, and greet him with a "Hi, Lin." Lin Xiao would smile back. Of course, such a natural and harmonious scene deserved a photo as a commemoration. So he took out his phone and hiked around. After taking the photos, he thought about who to share them with. If you take a photo and don't share it, you will probably feel a little uncomfortable. However, the question is now, who should you share it with? Share it with male friends? Forget it. As for sharing it with female friends, Lin Xiao found with regret that there were still no female friends. Then share it with mom and dad. He found a loving family and shared the photo. After a while, he saw a message from his mom. "Where is this? Our school. It's pretty nice. How are you doing over there? It's good. My friends here are all nice to me." "Yeah, that's good. By the way, you were on the news again last night. You did a great job. Thumbs up, hug." Lin Xiao smiled. "As long as you are happy." At this time, his father appeared. "If you find a girlfriend, your mom and I will be even happier." Seeing this, Lin Xiao's mouth twitched and replied, "I'm going to class. I won't say anything more, you little brat. How can you have classes as a doctoral student?" He put his phone back in his pocket, and to prove he wasn't lying, he prepared to go to a class. That's how it is in college. Anyway, you can take any class you want. After all, a security guard could get into college by freeloading, so it wasn't too much for a doctoral student like him to take a class. Besides, it had been ages since he'd been in class. Since the second semester of his senior year, he'd barely attended any classes. While a distant yet familiar gerund, he sighed softly, then walked away and headed for the teaching building. It was a good opportunity to experience what a classroom at the École Normale Supérieure was like. Entering the building, each classroom was taught by a highly respected professor. As a normal school, the École Normale Supérieure's faculty were generally top-notch. Only the best could teach, which is why their mathematics department had only 7 full-time faculty members. This wasn't like the dozens or even nearly 100 teachers Lin Xiao had at Beijing University. Of course, this also had something to do with the student population. The École Normale Supérieure had fewer students, so fewer teachers were needed. The only requirement was to ensure the quality of the teachers. This was a characteristic of elite education. It allowed more resources to be invested in a smaller number of people, ultimately allowing these elites to better promote social development. However, the class stratification that elite education fostered could also pose a threat to society, and for socialist China, such an education system was undesirable. At least, China's mass education system better guaranteed everyone's right to education, which was consistent with communist ideals. Lin Xiao sighed softly at this thought, then stopped dwelling on it. He passed 2 math classes and listened in. They were all subjects he knew, so he stopped listening and didn't enter. After a few more steps, he finally found a class that interested him, a lecture on high-energy physics. He quietly entered and sat down in the last row, trying not to disturb the other students. However, he spotted another familiar face there, Henri Bernard. Lin Xiao was surprised to see him attending a class here. He couldn't help but feel curious. Why was this guy here attending a basic course instead of spending time in the lab? Of course, Henry didn't notice him, and he didn't bother Henry. He sat quietly in his seat, listening to the professor's lecture. The professor's name was Jericho Svenzel. He seemed to be very concerned about his appearance, dressed in a formal suit, with his hair and beard meticulously groomed, unlike the other physics teachers. Svenzel paused when he saw Lin Xiao enter. But after recognizing him, he smiled and continued his lecture. The fact that his class had attracted a young mathematician was clearly a sign of recognition for him as a teacher. Okay, kids, let's move on to the next chapter, the W boson, W bosons, weak bosons. Everyone, what does weak mean in our high-energy physics? A student quickly raised their hand. Weak interaction, that's right, 1 point for Mr. Demi. Svensson smiled faintly, and the other students' faces showed annoyance. They didn't even get to answer such a simple answer. Don't worry, everyone. We still have a question. Can someone tell me what the W boson does? This prompted even more hands to rise. They had already learned these questions before enrolling, not to mention that they had already prepared for most of them before taking this class. Now that they had a chance to earn class points, they had to seize it. But obviously, only one person could grab this opportunity. Soon, Svensson pointed to a girl and said with a smile, Ms. Mary, you answer it. Marie's a relatively popular female name in France, but Ms. Mary's outstanding face made her look less ordinary. Of course, she also gave her own answer. W bosons and Z bosons serve as intermediate bosons to transmit weak force. Okay, 1 point for Ms. Mary. Svensson nodded, then drew a circle on the blackboard and wrote a W in the middle to indicate that this is the W boson. Then he said, W bosons transmit weak force, and before we learned that electromagnetic force is transmitted by photons, so there is a difference. W bosons have mass, while photons are massless. In addition, gluons that transmit strong interaction force are also massless. This point surprised the physics community. The transmission process of weak interaction force actually involves a transformation of mass. Of course, these peculiarities require us to continue to study them. Perhaps in the future, you present here will be able to explain them. Then, let's continue to explore more characteristics of the W boson. My friend's book, I recommend everyone to read it. Chapter 180 My physics is not as good as math. Listening to Professor Svensson's lecture, Lin Xiao gradually immersed himself in it. He knew the basics, he'd read numerous physics books, and he knew even more about high-energy physics, a subject that sounded intriguing. After all, accelerating tiny particles through long tubes to speeds of thousands or even tens of thousands of kilometers per second and then crashing them into each other sounded incredibly cool. Professor Svensson's lectures were lively and engaging, and featured cutting-edge ideas, so Lin Xiao was captivated. As expected of a professor from the École Normale Supérieure. Of course, the depth and difficulty of the material also made it difficult for some of the students. After all, high-energy physics requires not only diagrams but also a wide variety of mathematical tools. Therefore, the mathematical requirements were quite high. The students, looking at the blackboard filled with diagrams and mathematical formulas, were able to understand them, but those with lesser abilities would have to go back and study on their own. Of course, for Lin Xiao, a mathematician, none of this was a challenge. Time slipped by quietly, and the class ended. Seeing the class was over, Lin Xiao stood up. Well, that way he didn't lie to his dad. He actually attended a class. Later, just as he was about to greet Henry, he noticed that he had walked up to Svensson. Seeing this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Apparently, Svensson was Henry's instructor, which would explain why Henry was attending this class. Then, with a slight smile, he walked over, while Henry, holding a few pieces of paper, asked Svensson questions. Professor, I've run into a problem with my research. I'm factoring the unpolarized total differential Drell-Yen cross-section, but I can't figure out why the coefficients A5, A7 keep jumping around. I can't figure out at what order they reach zero, they're just so mischievous. Svensson took the papers from him and said, Is there a problem with your analysis of the data? Are there any errors in the numbers? Henry spread his hands helplessly. I've checked it 3 times and I'm sure there's nothing wrong. So, I have no choice but to ask you for advice. Svensson shook his head. So, there's something wrong with your math. He then watched Henry's progress. Lin Xiao, who had been watching from behind, saw that the two had stopped talking and reached out to pat Henry. Henry turned around and was startled when he saw Lin Xiao. Lin? Why are you here? Lin Xiao smiled. Of course I'm here for class. Henry was stunned again, then smiled. It seems the great Professor Svensson has also attracted our math genius. Svensson, who was standing next to him, suddenly said, Don't say that out there. Oh, of course not, Henry said, waving his hand. I'll only say that in front of you. Lin Xiao couldn't help but smile. This guy was just saying, Professor, I want to lick you. Okay, Lin, let's not disturb the professor. Let's talk aside. At this moment, Henry pulled Lin Xiao aside again. You're not really interested in our high-energy physics, are you? Henry asked. Of course, Lin Xiao spread his hands. Anywhere there's mathematics, I'm interested. Okay, Henry said helplessly. Sometimes I really envy your mathematical talent. If my math was half as good as yours, no, 1/3, 1/4, just a little over a quarter, I wouldn't be stumped by the paper. Lin Xiao smiled and said, as for my 1/4, it's probably 1/4 of the total of proving the twin prime conjecture and the Goldbach conjecture, plus finding the distribution pattern of Mersenne primes, and proving that there are infinite prime numbers in the Fibonacci sequence. Henry opened his mouth. Is it like saying that 1/4 of Lin Xiao's work is as valuable as a world-class mathematical problem? He simply slumped back in his chair. He couldn't compare, so he just gave up. Okay, 1/10. Lin Xiao laughed heartily and said, come on, cheer up. At least Einstein's math wasn't particularly good either. Maybe you could be the next Einstein. Henry rolled his eyes. Then you'll have to first demonstrate based on relativity. How far behind are my math skills compared to yours, and how far behind are Einstein's? Well, we can discuss this from the perspectives of general relativity and quantum mechanics. Henry sat up, extended his hand in a gesture of invitation, and said, then please begin your performance. However, Svenzel clearly wasn't going to give them another chance to talk nonsense. He called out to Henry, Henry, come here. Henry immediately stood up and walked over, his face eager. Here, you have to express the ratio of the helicity cross-section to the unpolarized cross-section using a dimensionless angular coefficient, and then do the calculations. Got it? Then you can discuss the OS order. After hearing the professor's words, Henry's eyes lit up after a brief thought. Yes, I get it. After all, with a PhD from the École Normale Supérieure, Henry's abilities were certainly impressive. Svenzel nodded, then glanced at Lin Xiao and said with a smile, if you still have any mathematical questions, discuss them with Lin. Sometimes it may be more convenient and faster than asking me. Lin Xiao waved his hand quickly. Professor Svenzel, I'm just a little better at math. I'm still not as good at physics as math, and my knowledge base is not that much. Svenzel smiled and said, the basic knowledge is just a few books, but without math, it won't work. In the era of classical mechanics, we summarized mathematical formulas based on the observable laws of reality, such as Galileo's Leaning Tower of Pisa experiment and those astronomers. But now, in the era of quantum mechanics, we can only derive mathematical formulas first, and then through unremitting efforts, discover its physical meaning. Can you imagine that after Schrödinger created the Schrödinger equation, he didn't even know what physical meaning this equation had? It was not until Born proposed the theory of probability that people got a definite answer. This equation, which was obtained by chance, is also the basic equation in quantum mechanics. You are a well-known genius in mathematics. Proving the twin prime conjecture and the Goldbach conjecture both require excellent inspiration. For a scholar, it is only necessary to catch such inspiration once in a lifetime, but you have caught it twice in just 1 year. Oh, we have to count your success in the field of materials chemistry. Svenzel shook his head slightly and said with emotion, so, in the eyes of many of us, you already have the title of inspiration hunter. Many friends are even looking forward to the day when you enter the physics world. The physics world has lacked a genius inspiration for a long time. Lin Xiao was stunned. Is there such a thing? I haven't even started working in the physics world yet. But there is already a legend about me in the physics world? Svenzel smiled and said, don't underestimate yourself. Believe in yourself. Besides, many mathematicians in the past have later entered the field of physics research, such as Professor Chu Chengtuang. Don't you want to give it a try? Also, I've read your previous paper on the relationship between the energy storage function and the propagation speed of the medium. Doesn't that prove that you are still interested in physics? At this time, Henry next to him said, yes, Lin told me before that he is indeed interested in physics. Svenzel's eyes lit up. Really? Lin, how about giving it a try? I'll ask you a question. If you solve it, you can join my research project in the future. How about that? Lin Xiao thought for a moment, then nodded. If you don't mind, of course I'd love to. Anyway, he had nothing to do recently, so he might as well experience the high-energy physics that he had long been interested in. Svenzel smiled slightly, then found a piece of paper nearby and wrote down a question on it, a mathematical demonstration of the transmission of electromagnetic force by photons and its process. Seeing this question, Henry and Lin Xiao fell into deep thought. Proving this mathematically is obviously quite challenging. Besides having read other relevant research, a certain level of basic knowledge is also required. Seeing the two of them pondering, Svenzel smiled and said, You have a week to think about this problem. During this week, you can consult relevant books, such as Quantum Field Theory and Electrodynamics. You may find some answers there, but I'd like to see your own innovative ideas. A week, Henry said. And innovative ideas? Teacher, that's too short a time. But just then, Lin Xiao, standing next to him, suddenly said, "Can I use a pen?" Henry's eyes widened. "No. You can't." Sensei's eyes also showed a hint of surprise, and then he smiled and handed over his pen. Lin Xiao took the pen from Sensei and continued writing on the paper. Let's start with the equations of motion for the electromagnetic field in electrodynamics. FdV equals T, d's dg dt. Now let's discuss transmission under electrostatic forces, where dg dt equals 0. As Lin Xiao slowly wrote, complex formulas emerged. Although he was required to discuss the problem mathematically, he clearly needed to draw upon various physics formulas. All deductions in physics are derived from existing physics formulas. They can't be created out of nothing. Of course, the mathematical methods Lin Xiao employed also amazed the two people standing beside him. Svensel's admiration grew. Looking at Lin Xiao's solid foundational knowledge, he knew this young man had been interested in physics for a long time. His remarkable mathematical prowess also earned him praise. This was the kind of genius physics needs most today. When Schrödinger derived the Schrödinger equation, Einstein praised him heartily. The inspiration for this work was like a spring from a true genius. He was already looking forward to seeing what Lin Xiao would demonstrate in his upcoming projects. As for Henry, he was stunned. Watching Lin Xiao write more and more mathematical formulas, he was thinking, didn't you just say that your physics is not as good as your math? But on second thought, he just wanted to hold his forehead. It seems that this statement is not wrong. Double monthly tickets, please give monthly tickets to Yanzhou, 5,555,555. Chapter 181 Discussion on the mass of W boson. Henry and Sensei weren't the only ones in the classroom. The undergraduates who had been attending class earlier hadn't all left. Recognizing Lin Xiao, they gathered around him, curious to see what this math whiz had brought to their class. They saw Lin Xiao writing out a variety of seemingly complex equations on paper. The initial references to physics formulas were manageable, but as Lin Xiao incorporated various mathematical techniques, their understanding grew increasingly baffled. These involved deeper layers of knowledge. They might have figured it out if they'd gone back and thought about it, but trying to keep up with Lin Xiao's pace was incredibly difficult. The physics students felt helpless. Did being good at math mean they could just do whatever they wanted? Lin Xiao, unfazed by his surroundings, finished a draft sheet. Sensei, who was standing next to him, handed him another sheet and told him to continue. This continued until he'd finished 4 sheets. Now we can solve for the unknown in this equation. The solution is that this unknown agrees with the properties of photons. After writing the last line, Lin Xiao delivered his final conclusion. Of course, the photons that propagate electromagnetic force are virtual particles, and these virtual photons can also better explain our physical phenomena. Well, that's my result, Lin Xiao said with a smile, pressing the cap on his ballpoint pen and retracting the refill. Svensel smiled and applauded, praising him sincerely. C'est incroyable. Very good, Mr. Lin, you've successfully explained this problem from your own perspective. It's very brilliant. The problem was indeed not difficult, of course, for a high-energy physics student. Lin Xiao, a mathematics major, was able to solve it, which already demonstrated his ability in physics. Of course, solving the problem wasn't the key either, but rather how to explain it from a new perspective. Lin Xiao had undoubtedly achieved this explanation from a new mathematical perspective. This, in Svensel's view, was the most remarkable achievement. Otherwise, why would he have given Lin Xiao a week to think about the problem in the first place? It was because he believed that a week was enough time for Lin Xiao to come up with a solution. Now, Lin Xiao had found a solution and solved the problem within minutes of receiving it. He could only describe his astonishment as incredible, mostly incroyable. Lin Xiao put down his pen and said modestly, "It's mainly because the problem doesn't exceed my knowledge, so I can still come up with an answer." Sensei waved his hand. Capable people don't need to be modest. You've done a great job, Henry. You should learn more from Mr. Lin. Henry, standing next to him, decisively grabbed Lin Xiao and said with a flattering expression, "Lin, I'm yours from now on. You must guide me, I'll guide you, but I don't recognize you as mine." Lin Xiao's evasive expression made everyone around him laugh. Henry quickly lowered his hand, saying, "Don't get me wrong. I love pretty girls. I'm just expressing my admiration for you." The classroom erupted in laughter again. Sensei smiled as he watched this scene. He patted Lin Xiao on the shoulder and said, "Okay, Lin, I'll send you my project later. From today on, you'll be a member of our research team. I'm sure you won't refuse, right?" "Of course not," Lin Xiao smiled and nodded. "I've been looking forward to this day for a long time." "That's good." Sensei nodded, added Lin Xiao's contact information, and then left the room. After all, he had his own things to do. After saying goodbye to Sensei, Lin Xiao turned to Henry and said, "Let's go have dinner together." "Okay," Henry nodded, and then they left the classroom and went to the cafeteria. "By the way, aren't you working on a project with Professor Sensei?" Lin Xiao asked as they ordered a few dishes and ate. "I am, but Professor Sensei doesn't usually contact me too much. I focus on my own project." Lin Xiao nodded in understanding. "By the way, Professor Svenzel has been studying the W boson and the Z boson, and his research topic is about the W boson. In our high-energy physics community, research on the W boson has been ongoing since it was discovered in 1983. After all, the God particle is closely related to the W boson and the Z boson, so I also recommend that you read more papers on the subject before that. However, I recently heard that Professor Svenzel encountered a headache, which is how to measure the mass of the W boson." "The mass of the W boson?" "Yes," Henry nodded, picked up the bowl of thick soup next to him, took a sip, and said, "We have been trying to measure the mass of the W boson more accurately. After all, it is an important parameter in our standard model. Accurate measurement of its mass can help us test the standard model and even discover new physics. After all, it can directly affect the Fermi constant. Can you imagine? Its mass can even determine the rate of fusion at the center of the Sun. If the rate of solar fusion was slightly twice as fast, we humans would probably not even have to consider appearing." Fusion rate. Lin Xiao did some calculations in his head and arrived at a conclusion. "I can actually deduce that. The lighter it is, the faster the light nucleus fusion rate will be. Our Sun only has a lifespan of 10 billion years. If its burning rate doubled, it would indeed prevent the birth of humanity." Henry opened his mouth and said helplessly, "Okay, I used the wrong word." It seemed that since this result could be easily derived from a few physics formulas, he didn't need to ask Lin Xiao where the "can you imagine" question. In short, that's it. Accurately measuring the mass of the W boson has always been a flagship project at our particle collider. I heard Fermilab in the US has recently launched a large-scale project to reanalyze past data and re-verify the W boson's mass. But I don't know how long it will take, maybe several years. Listening to Henry's words, Lin Xiao nodded, and his interest in future research grew even stronger. How many mysteries are hidden within that single particle? He had reason to believe that a key component of the truth of the universe must be closely related to these fundamental particles. Afterward, the two of them stopped discussing academic matters, even though they were mutually interested. However, sometimes they had to discuss other things, like the other beautiful women dining in the restaurant. After finishing their meal quickly, Lin Xiao, not forgetting that Mimi was waiting to be fed in the dormitory, said goodbye to Henry and returned to the dormitory. After pouring cat food and water for Mimi, Lin Xiao sat down at his computer desk and continued working, researching papers related to the W boson mass measurement. Their dormitory was known as the studio by the students, largely because their research was conducted there. However, when Lin Xiao turned on his computer, he found various materials sent by Professor Svenzel. Taking a quick look, he saw they were related to his research project. Providing a more accurate angular coefficient by measuring the finite transverse momentum of the W boson, this project could improve the accuracy of W boson mass measurements. Professor Svenzel then sent him various other materials and related information he'd need, followed by another message: "The day after tomorrow, let's go to the N2P3 computing center together. I'll take you there to have a look and have a meeting." N2P3? Lin Xiao thought about it and quickly remembered that it was a research institute called the French National Institute for Nuclear and Particle Physics. This institute has many particle accelerators and is also a partner with CERN. For Professor Svenzel's project, visiting such a place is certainly necessary. So he replied, "Okay, Professor." Then, he began his study and research. "Yanzu, please give me your monthly votes, Oh. Chapter 182. The genius is still working so hard. After 2 days of study, Lin Xiao and Sven set off for the N2P3 Computing Center. The N2P3 Computing Center is located in Lyon, approximately 400 kilometers from Paris. For Lin Xiao, this was his first time outside of Paris. Of course, he had only been in Paris for less than 2 months, so a stroll around was a good opportunity to take in the sights. Along with Sven, Henri Bernard also came with him, along with other members of their research group and other high-energy physics researchers in Paris. This trip wasn't just about their project, there was also a high-energy physics conference taking place there, so attending the conference was their primary goal, with their project being secondary. The conference was also quite important, with professionals from European universities and research institutions, as well as participants from other countries. In the field of high-energy physics, Europe, with its Large Hadron Collider, remains a core region. Every time the LHC starts up, it's a feast for the physics community, with high-energy physics experts from around the world gathering to witness the emergence of new physics. This is why China wants to build a CEPC, and the government will support the project, hoping to attract more talent. And so, after an hour's flight, they finally arrived at their destination, Lyon. This city in southeastern France is second only to Paris in importance throughout the country. Beyond its economic prominence, it's also a city steeped in history and culture, already quite prosperous during the Roman Empire. After leaving the airport, as they would be staying for approximately 3 days, they headed directly to their pre-booked hotel, which was also very close to N2P3. Once they were settled in, Sven convened a meeting with the rest of their research group. There were 7 people in total, besides Lin Xiao and Henry. The other 4 included Sven's master's students and several postdocs. Let me first introduce our new member, Lin Xiao. He's one of the youngest and most gifted mathematicians in the world right now. I believe there's no need to introduce him further. Don't underestimate Lin's talent in physics either. I'm sure he'll surprise you all in the future. Sven introduced Lin Xiao, and everyone present turned their gazes to him, applauding in welcome. Lin Xiao smiled and nodded in response. Then Sven talked about the purpose of coming to Lyon. This time, the primary purpose is the discussion meeting the day after tomorrow. Then you can also learn from professors from major European research institutes or other outstanding peers. The secondary purpose is that tomorrow we will use their computing center and input the data we processed some time ago to test the final accuracy and see if the research we have done in the past few days has been in vain. The third purpose, Sven smiled at this, just have some fun and relax. It's a rare opportunity to come to Lyon. I heard that the Lyon football team has a home game here in 3 days. If you want to go, come with me. The tickets will be reimbursed. Hearing this, several students cheered, "Long live the professor." Henry also cheered, "Long live the great Professor Sven." Listening to Henry's cheers, Lin Xiao felt that it seemed quite familiar. It seemed that he had said the same thing a few days ago. After arranging the itinerary for the next few days, the meeting ended and they each returned to their rooms. Lin Xiao and Henry shared a room. Back in the room, Henry immediately collapsed onto his bed, grabbed his phone, and began reading a novel. Lin Xiao, on the other hand, sat at the table, pulled out his computer, and began working. For him, entertainment was learning, and learning was entertainment. Sometimes, he even wondered if his constant studying habits were a sign of being controlled by the system. But then he reflected, he did indeed find pleasure in learning, and that was enough. Just because the system made him enjoy learning didn't mean he was being controlled by it. Besides, he thought, therefore I am. Since he was still thinking, he was who he was. Of course, sometimes he wondered what the system was. Unlike the 17-year-old's excitement upon obtaining the system, now that he had become a renowned young genius in academia, Lin Xiao naturally wondered about the system's existence. However, for now, he could only explain it as a higher dimensional artifact. As for anything else, he knew nothing. He shook his head. There was no point in dwelling on it. After all, this wasn't interstellar. Was the system just the Morse code? Then, he turned his attention back to his computer. The day before yesterday, Professor Sven had sent him the results of their current project, but he hadn't finished reading them all yet. To keep himself occupied after heading to the computing center tomorrow, he decided to finish reading them all before today. Time slipped by like this. Henry, lying in bed, snapped out of his novel and cursed, "Damn, the author's interrupted again. Interruptions are ridiculous." He then posted a comment, "Author, let me tell you, there are 24 hours in a day, A total of 1,440 minutes, 86,400 seconds. If you sleep 8 hours a day and eat an hour, you still have 15 hours left. If you type a word every 5 seconds, you can type over 10,000 words a day. And you're only typing this much now. Are you ashamed? After posting it, he thought again. I'd written in French, and the author of this book is Chinese. Shouldn't it be translated into Chinese? He immediately thought of Lin Xiao, and his eyes lit up again. Could he ask Lin Xiao for help and comment directly on the Chinese author's first website? Lin, help me, he called out. However, when he sat up in bed, he glanced at Lin Xiao and was stunned. Lin Xiao was actually studying. Seeing him like this, Henry couldn't help but hold his head. Oh my God, is this a genius? A genius is so hardworking, no wonder he's so talented. Then he walked over and came up behind Lin Xiao. He saw Lin Xiao looking at their project paper. He shook his head helplessly, wondering why he couldn't be so focused. But then he suddenly saw Lin Xiao put down his mouse and search for something. Henry guessed what Lin Xiao was looking for, so he pulled out a piece of scratch paper from the side and placed it in front of Lin Xiao. Seeing this, Lin Xiao was stunned and turned to look at Henry next to him. You don't read novels anymore, Henry spread out his hands and shrugged. Seeing you're still working, how can I feel embarrassed to continue reading? Lin Xiao smiled and said, I'm going to the computing center tomorrow, so of course I have to understand the topic first. Then he opened the draft paper, and after opening it, he was ready to calculate. By the way, how did you know I needed draft paper? Henry said as a matter of course, the first law of mathematics and physics research. When you are reading a paper and suddenly want to find something, you must be looking for draft paper. Lin Xiao, it seems to make sense. Who said that? Henry smiled. It's also called Bernard's first law. Okay. Lin Xiao shook his head with a smile, took out a pen from the side, pointed to a picture on the computer screen, and said, look at the coefficients of W and W+. If A3 is taken as the transverse momentum of the W boson, we get this differential distribution graph of the function. Is there something wrong? Henry glanced at it and said, the differential distribution of the W boson's transverse momentum? At this ratio, there's a certain discrepancy between the experimental data and our theoretical standard. Looking at the ratio in the image, it's 2%? But what's the problem? Such discrepancies are inevitable. After all, one is experimental and the other is theoretical, so there's bound to be discrepancies. Lin Xiao shook his head and said, this discrepancy can be further corrected. Correct? Henry was stunned. 2% is already very low, how can it be corrected? Lin Xiao didn't say much and began writing on his scratch paper. 16 Greek letter pi, du, comma, ditm. Their research project aims to help obtain more accurate predictions for future measurements of the W boson's mass. The model before them is part of their overall theory, the differential distribution of the W boson's transverse momentum. By comparing the theoretical model with experimental data, narrowing the discrepancy will help validate the theory. While the current 2% error is indeed low, it still suggests something. In other words, their theoretical model still needs improvement. If this theory can be refined and brought closer to experimental results, their future calculations will yield even more precise results. It's like a tiny error that can lead to a huge difference. A small error, after countless steps, will be infinitely magnified. This is especially true in high-energy physics, where the differentiation of individual quantities is crucial. A 2% difference, if ultimately applied to the measurement of the W boson mass, can have a significant impact on the final result. Therefore, Lin Xiao's goal now is to modify their theoretical model to reduce this error, thereby further narrowing the gap in the W boson mass measurement. Watching Lin Xiao write increasingly complex mathematical formulas, Henry's mouth twitched. Sometimes he found it difficult to understand the minds of these mathematical geniuses. Those complex formulas would take him at least 10 seconds to understand, yet Lin Xiao simply wrote them out without pausing, as if he hadn't thought them through at all. However, although he couldn't keep up, Henry continued to watch from behind, eager to see how far Lin Xiao could reduce the error. Lin Xiao set aside sheet after sheet of draft paper, until, after 10 sheets, he finally came up with a completely new mathematical model. Then, he stretched, opened MATLAB, and entered his model into the software. Done, Henry asked. Done, Lin Xiao smiled slightly and clicked the output button. As the results appeared, shock crossed Henry's face. The error, 0.01%. How is that possible? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 183 Discuss from the overall framework? Oh la vache, Sensei exclaimed in his room. Just now, Lin Xiao and Henry knocked on his door, running in with their laptop. Sensei had been preparing to rest. But when he saw the data, he couldn't help but show shock, just like Henry had just seen it. Seeing Sensei's astonishment, Henry felt relieved. Since he himself was shocked, he naturally wanted to see the professor's shock too. He said with a smile, "Professor, it seems you've found a capable assistant. Lin can completely replace me from now on." Sensei glared at him angrily. "You're saying it as if you played a role." "Oh, Professor, I'm hurt when you say that." Sensei didn't even look at him. Instead, he looked at Lin Xiao and asked impatiently, "Lin, how did you deduce that? Show me your process." Lin Xiao then placed the 10 sheets of scrap paper he had used in front of Sensei. Sensei skimmed through the paper, though he didn't finish it, of course. He simply took in Lin Xiao's thinking and some key calculations, and then he understood what Lin Xiao meant. "Beautiful, very well done," Sensei exclaimed. "With your help, it looks like our project won't be long." Such was the power of a mathematical genius in their physics community. With a simple glance, he could figure out how to correct their mathematical model. The original 2% error had been reduced to 0.01%, a 200-fold difference. This would greatly aid their future research on this project. With this achievement alone, second authorship could easily be handed over to Lin Xiao. Sensei was even considering giving first authorship to Lin Xiao and becoming corresponding author himself. Then he thought, Lin Xiao had only been involved in the project for a few days. This made his feelings even more difficult to describe. Lin Xiao smiled and said, "Since I've joined this project, of course I'll do my best." Sensei nodded with satisfaction. It would be great if everyone could think this way. He then glanced at Henry beside him. Henry quickly said, "I swear, I'll work hard in the future. You should finish your own paper first." Sensei shook his head, not wanting to talk to Henry anymore. Then he patted Lin Xiao on the shoulder and said, "Thank you for your hard work. Get some rest today. We'll go to the computing center tomorrow and give it a try." He was already looking forward to tomorrow's results. With Lin Xiao's revised model, if they ran another simulation on the computer tomorrow, the results would definitely meet their expectations. "Okay," Lin Xiao smiled and nodded. He then took his computer and returned to their room with Henry. However, Lin Xiao didn't rest. Instead, he took his calculations and fell into deep thought. Their goal was to provide the necessary theoretical guidance for accurately extracting the W boson's angular coefficient in experimental analysis. This would then lead directly to the W boson and aid in measuring its mass. So, besides this approach, what other methods could they use to more accurately measure the W boson's mass? Lin Xiao looked down at his calculations and finally tossed the scraps of paper aside. The angular coefficient is only one aspect, limited to one direction. To achieve a more perfect result, he must approach the problem from a higher level, or from the perspective of a holistic framework. Holistic framework? Lin Xiao muttered these words silently. W boson, weak interaction. He found a piece of paper nearby and simply wrote a W on it. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. The Higgs mechanism? The Higgs mechanism. In the standard model, the Higgs mechanism is a mechanism that allows elementary particles to acquire mass. It allows particles to acquire mass. Just hearing that sounds like a clue to its impressiveness. It's for this reason that the Higgs boson, derived from the Higgs mechanism, is also called the God particle. After all, in Western belief, only God can create all matter and mass. If humans could master the Higgs boson, they would be equivalent to God. Of course, if humans could truly master the Higgs boson, that was certainly not something people of their time would consider. For Lin Xiao, that wasn't the main point either. The key was whether he could use the Higgs mechanism to impart mass to particles and, in turn, deduce the mass of the W boson. Since the W boson needs to acquire mass, it must couple with a Higgs field to acquire mass. So, could he use this method to determine the W boson's mass? While this method sounds ideal, actual implementation still presents considerable challenges. Even Lin Xiao feels it's a distant prospect. It's truly challenging, Lin Xiao sighed softly. After all, even the perfection of the Higgs mechanism remains a question, even though the standard model based on the Higgs field has already made many accurate predictions. Of course, this thought only lasted a moment before Lin Xiao returned his attention to the manuscript in front of him. If there's a problem, then solve it. That's what he should do. Go on, then. Lin Xiao wrote down a bunch of formulas and began his derivation of this difficult physics problem. Henry, watching Lin Xiao's dedication from behind, sighed. Only someone like him could achieve this level of success, right? Time passed quickly. It was impossible for Lin Xiao to solve such a difficult problem so quickly. So, when it was almost time for evening rest, he went to bed. The next day, their 7-person research team left the hotel and headed to the computing center. The N2P3 Computing Center, a scientific research center, is responsible for processing various scientific data and providing related computing services. For example, data generated by particle accelerators, astronomical telescopes, and satellites is stored here and provided to researchers for analysis. It is also a major storage center for data generated by the Large Hadron Collider. Lin Xiao and his team had come here to utilize its computing power. Of course, they could also perform calculations by connecting to a node in Paris, but since they were already here, it wouldn't hurt to use it directly on-site. They quickly entered the relevant data into the calculation program, and of course, they also installed the new model that Lin Xiao had modified yesterday, replacing the previous model with a 0.2% error. Then, the calculation began. As a series of progress bars appeared, they waited patiently until the results finally appeared. The error is only 4%. Compared to a previous NLOQCD prediction, the scale dependence has been reduced by a factor of 2 to 4, a postdoc exclaimed as he looked at the final result. Then, they all turned their attention to Lin Xiao. It was just because he had modified one of the mathematical models that their progress had been so greatly advanced. As long as the error could be reduced to below 3%, they would succeed. Their previous error had been as high as over 10%. This Chinese guy was truly a bit too scary, wasn't he? Of course, this significant reduction in error was also due to their extensive revisions, but Lin Xiao's help was still a huge help. After all, their estimated error ratio was 6%, which was far beyond their expectations. Upon hearing this result, Lin Xiao smiled slightly, but still felt a little disappointed. Although his modified model reduced its own error by a factor of 200, that model itself didn't play a significant role in their entire theory, so the final calculated error didn't decrease by the same factor. Of course, achieving such an achievement was still quite impressive. By this time, Svensel had already revealed a satisfied smile. It looked like his project might be finished in less than 2 months. Thank you, Lin. He patted Lin Xiao on the shoulder, then said to everyone, well, to celebrate our milestone success, we're treating everyone to a nice dinner today. Great, everyone cheered. After gathering their belongings, they went out for dinner together. Coming here to verify the project was just a side event. The high-energy physics symposium the next day was the main purpose. Arriving at the N2P3 Computing Center again, Lin Xiao and the others settled into one of the large lecture halls. There were 300 or 400 people present. Of course, in addition to the truly renowned scientists, there were also students like Henry and his mentors who had come with him. That's a lot of people, Lin Xiao exclaimed. Yes, and quite a few big names are coming, including Nobel Prize winners in physics, including Higgs. It's a shame Mr. Yang from China isn't here. He's my idol, Henry said. Lin Xiao smiled. Mr. Yang is over 90 years old and needs some rest. China is too far from France, okay, Henry said. Sometimes I really wonder how he discovered parity violation. Why not Yang-Mills gauge field theory? No, that's not it. Parity violation sounds cool, but Yang-Mills gauge field theory reminds me of the standard model, and the standard model is too much of a headache, Lin Xiao smiled. The standard model is based on Yang-Mills gauge bin theory. When Yang Henning was awarded the Nobel Prize in Physics, one of the citations read, "This work ranks with the work of Newton, Maxwell, and Einstein." Thinking of Yang Henning's work, Lin Xiao also thought about the topic he wanted to research. How did Mr. Yang complete his proof? He suddenly thought he could ask him about it. Perhaps he could gain some inspiration from this predecessor. Chapter 184 Yang Henning's Formula. More and more people filled the lecture hall, and at 9 o'clock in the morning, the meeting officially began. The first speaker was Fabiola Giannotti, the Director General of CERN, a female physicist. Giannotti holds a prominent position in the high-energy physics community, and her achievements are of considerable importance, having provided significant support for the upgrade and maintenance of the LHC. She presented a brief overview of the current maintenance progress of the LHC, as well as plans and preparations for the next experiment. This was a topic of great interest to everyone present. After all, high-energy physics requires a large collider, and everyone was eager to know when it would be operational. Giannotti's speech soon concluded, and after wishing the meeting a successful conclusion, the next scientist took the stage. This scientist was a heavyweight, Peter Higgs. The audience erupted in applause at the sight of this 90-year-old man. Although Higgs was not the only physicist who contributed to the discovery of the Higgs mechanism, as the first to discover it, he undoubtedly holds the right to name it. Therefore, in academia, being the first to discover something always confers such advantages. Hello everyone, I'm delighted to be here to share with you. Higgs's eyes, though already somewhat aged, still shone with the wisdom of a leading physicist. He smiled and said, "As you can see, I'm already quite old, so I'm a little short of sharing my academic insights, so, let me take you through the history of scientific exploration, hoping that historical experience will provide some inspiration for our future research. So, first, let's look back to the 1954 paper jointly published by Yang, Hunning and Mills. Higgs then began to explain the Yang-Mills gauge theory. As the foundation of the Higgs mechanism, the Yang-Mills gauge theory plays a vital role in all aspects of high-energy physics research. The physicists present followed Higgs's lead, retracing the history of those decades ago. Most of the attendees hadn't even spoken at the time, so only an elder like him could offer a historical recap. In fact, as a veteran of his time, Higgs knew a great deal, and he could also recount events not recorded in historical records. Time passed slowly, from the Yang-Mills gauge field to his development of the Higgs mechanism, and finally, in 2013, CERN officially announced that the mysterious particle they had discovered in 2012 was the Higgs boson. This spanned the passage of time and the passage of centuries. It seemed as if everyone present had gained some lessons and insights from this history. Until the very end. "Oh, that's right. I suddenly remembered something," Higgs smiled and said, "after I published my paper on the Higgs mechanism, I had a discussion with Yang. I believe that no one in the world can compare with Yang's sensitivity to physics. During the discussion with him, I learned about some of his past thoughts. He had the same ideas as me about the process of spontaneous symmetry breaking in the Higgs mechanism. He said that perhaps when the Goldstone particles were cancelled out and the new particles were given mass, there might be some undiscovered things in it. Then he showed me a mathematical formula. Well, I forgot what it was, but it was related to the energy of light. But when we cancelled it with Planck's constant, we found a remainder. It was incredible, but later, Yang transformed this formula into one that could accommodate the Higgs mechanism. So when we substituted the Higgs mechanism in, we miraculously found that the remainder disappeared. So, we guess there were just some mathematical problems in our previous calculations." At this point, Higgs shook his head. "But a while ago, I suddenly remembered this matter. I think that perhaps that formula is the important discovery that Yang and I missed. However, now that I am old, I can only share this information with everyone, hoping that you will be able to shed light on it in the future." Hearing Higgs' words, everyone present couldn't help but wonder, what exactly is that? Planck's constant defines the unit of energy of light. In other words, the energy of light is in fractions, not continuous, and the energy of light is an integer multiple of Planck's constant. This is the original concept of the so-called quantum. Now Higgs actually said that Yang had written a formula related to the energy of light, and it doesn't cancel out with Planck's constant. This is something worth pondering. Of course, the remainder Higgs mentioned is not exactly the same as the remainder in mathematics. Instead, it refers to some physical quantities that cannot be completely replaced and thus cancelled out. However, this point requires more discussion. Everyone is eager for Higgs to reveal the formula written by Yang Hunning. However, Higgs blinked and spread his hands. "Of course, I've forgotten the formula Yang wrote down. Perhaps you should ask Yang again." "Alright, I'll stop here. I won't waste any more of your time, young people." Higgs smiled, nodded, and walked off the stage. Seeing the old man leave so abruptly, everyone was stunned. Finally, they couldn't help but feel helpless. Aren't you just causing trouble for everyone? At least write out that formula? But there was nothing they could do. Since he had already left, they could only applaud the old man. Then, there was a 20-minute break before the next meeting. The next meeting was to present the recent results of the international collaboration at the Large Hadron Collider, the Atlas experiment. During this time, everyone began a discussion. Lin, have you met Yang before? Henry turned to look at Lin Xiao beside him. Lin Xiao, meanwhile, pulled out his phone, looking down at something. Without turning, he replied, "Yes, that's great," Henry exclaimed, envious. Meeting his idol was certainly something he should envy. "What do you think of Yang? He's a very respectable man," Lin Xiao said, then put the phone to his ear and said to Henry, "I'm going to call him now. Tell me anything after I'm done." Henry was stunned. Him? Who? Yang. Henry was stunned. Yang? Then, realizing what he was doing, his eyes widened. "What did you say? Yang? You actually have his number?" By then, the call was connected, and Lin Xiao began. "Mr. Yang, this is Lin Xiao. How are you doing lately? As long as you're feeling well, that's all. I'm calling to ask a favor. Did you have a conversation with Peter Higgs some time ago? Did you discuss this with Peter Higgs? Do you remember the formula you wrote? Tomorrow is May 1st. Happy holidays everyone in advance. Also, I'll need to take a few days off. I'll be updating 2 chapters a day, totaling 6,000 words. I've been sitting in front of the computer for 10 hours every day for the past month since it went live, and I'm feeling a bit worn out. I need to take a break. It'll probably take about 3 to 7 days, and when I feel better, I'll resume 3 updates a day. Thank you everyone." Chapter 185. Maybe it's a fallacy, maybe it's a miracle. Lin Xiao immediately called Elder Yang because he felt that what Higgs had said might offer some insight into a problem he'd been pondering for the past 2 days. He wouldn't miss any opportunity for inspiration, and since he happened to be close to Elder Yang, he naturally had to take advantage of it. China was 7 hours ahead of France, so it was still past 6 in China, so there was no need to worry about disturbing him. Elder Yang was surprised that Lin Xiao had suddenly asked for his help, but he was happy to help this young man. That formula Higgs and I discussed back then? I do have some recollection of it, but it was a long time ago. Let me think about it, Elder Yang asked. By the way, where did you hear that? Lin Xiao smiled and said, I was attending a high-energy physics discussion in line today. Mr. Higgs was there, and he mentioned this. He thought the formula you were discussing might hold some hidden secrets in particle physics, so I wanted to learn more. I see. I've always had doubts about that formula. Although the introduction of the Higgs mechanism yielded a harmonious result, there were still some unexplained issues, Elder Yang said. Oh, I think I wrote it down in a notebook. Can you help me find it? Yes, thank you. Then, Lin Xiao waited until the next meeting was about to begin. Elder Yang seemed to still be searching, and to avoid disrupting the discussion, Lin Xiao temporarily left the room. Seeing him leave, Henry quickly followed. Of course, he wanted to hear what his idol was saying on the phone. Even now, he was still amazed that Lin Xiao actually had his idol's phone number and could even call him. After waiting outside for a while, Lin Xiao finally heard Elder Yang's voice again. Got it, I found it. But the formula is a bit complicated and involves a lot of physical quantities. Can I just send you a diagram later? Okay, Lin Xiao said with a smile. That'll be a bother to you, no problem, haha. It seems you've officially entered the realm of high-energy physics. I'll look forward to your future achievements. Okay, Lin Xiao replied. If his previous idea could actually work, he could even bet it would be a groundbreaking theory for the current physics community. He didn't know what he would ultimately come up with, just like Einstein didn't know what he would ultimately achieve before he came up with the theory of relativity. So now, he couldn't wait to find out what the formula Elder Yang and Higgs had discussed looked like. But then, he suddenly noticed Henry next to him, winking at him. He was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, Oh, by the way, Professor Yang, I have a French friend here who admires you very much and wants to say a few words to you. Professor Yang smiled and said, Since he is your friend, of course you can. Lin Xiao said to Henry, Henry, say a few words to your idol. Yang and I mentioned you. Henry's face suddenly showed excitement. He grabbed Lin Xiao's hand and shook it a few times to express his gratitude. Then he changed his words and spoke in English, which even seemed a little incoherent. Hello, Professor Yang, I am Henry Bernard. I am very happy to talk to you. I am your super fan. I am also a master's student in physics at the École Normale Supérieure in Paris, also in high-energy physics. I particularly admire your gauge field theory and parity non-conservation theory, Elder Yang said with a chuckle. Hello, Henry. I'm also very happy to speak with you. I believe that as Lin Xiao's friend, you are certainly an outstanding young man. I've come up with those theories after going through a lot of trials and tribulations, such as disbelief from others and even criticism from academic predecessors. Of course, as long as you are certain that your theory is flawless, you can wait for the world to prove it, so keep working hard. Henry looked embarrassed at the first half of the sentence. He felt that compared to Lin Xiao, he seemed a little mediocre. But after hearing Elder Yang's encouragement in the second half, he excitedly said, "Thank you. I will definitely work hard in the future." "Okay, I look forward to that day too," Elder Yang encouraged. Henry then excitedly clenched his fist and nodded to Lin Xiao, signaling that he was done. He was already satisfied to be inspired by his idol. After all, how many people can have such a successful star-chasing experience? Lin Xiao smiled at this and exchanged a few more words with Elder Yang before hanging up the phone. Yeah, Henry shouted excitedly when he saw Lin Xiao put down his phone. He then hugged Lin Xiao and exclaimed, "Lin, I love you so much, Lin Xiao, brother, there's someone nearby. If you want to get excited, don't do it here, okay?" He could already see the glances from the others, their faces all revealing the look of a knowledgeable man or a subway driver. He quickly pushed the man away, saying, "Go away, be mindful of the situation." Henry chuckled and said, "If this isn't your thing, we can do it in the hotel. I'm available anytime, but only once, of course," Lin Xiao said speechlessly. "Get as far away as you can." At that moment, he suddenly heard the sound of a WhatsApp message on his phone. His eyes lit up. It must be Elder Yang sending a picture. He immediately pulled out his phone, and sure enough, Elder Yang had sent the picture. Lin Xiao was slightly taken aback by the complex equation in the picture. It involved a lot of physical constants, and it was quite complex. However, after some mathematical thought, he easily figured out how to deal with it. He ran a simple deduction in his mind, and it turned out to be just as Higgs had said. After entering the Planck constant, he reached a dead end. However, after substituting the Higgs mechanism, the equation became harmonious. Why is that? Lin Xiao pondered. Was it a problem with the Higgs mechanism, or was there some unexplained physical meaning hidden in this equation? However, explaining the physical meaning of the equation itself was equally difficult. But what if some unexplained principle occurs during spontaneous symmetry breaking? Lin Xiao's mind struck him, and he might have found a way to start. He immediately said to Henry, "Henry, I need to return to the hotel to continue my research, so please stay here. Tell Professor Svenzel that I won't be dining with you." "Huh? Have you discovered something new?" Henry asked, taken aback. "Maybe it's a fallacy, or maybe it's another God particle." Lin Xiao smiled at him, then turned and left. Seeing Lin Xiao leave, Henry could only shrug. He had also seen the image sent by Elder Yang, but after studying it for a while, just as he had sorted out the physical quantities and was about to mentally deduct them, Lin Xiao seemed to have already completed his deduction. His speed was quite good for a student at the École Normale Supérieure in Paris. Well, he was used to it. For now, he could only silently wish Lin Xiao well in his heart. He hoped that he would, as he had promised, discover another God particle. He returned to the seminar and found his seat. Svenzel saw that he was the only one back and asked, "Where's Lin?" Henry replied, "Lin went back and created a miracle." "A miracle?" Svenzel was stunned. In the hotel room, Lin Xiao sat at the table, spread out his draft paper, and began to calculate. Although high-energy physics is an experimental science, the process of mathematical deduction can still give rise to theories that were previously unknown. This is why it's called particle physics. By transforming these particles into numbers, and then based on the discovered relationships between them, the truth of the microscopic world can emerge from a piece of paper filled with mathematical equations. Similarly, there are some magical things waiting to be discovered within them. This has been proven time and again throughout history. Take Maxwell's equations, for example. Simply by combining four electromagnetic equations, Maxwell successfully predicted the property of light as electromagnetic waves, leading to it being called the most perfect equation. Another example is the mass-energy equation, which is also derived mathematically, and is inherently hidden within previously discovered theories. Therefore, no one can guarantee that some undiscovered truth may exist hidden within the various existing equations. Lin Xiao's current work is to uncover this hidden truth, assuming the Higgs potential is equals Greek letter mu Greek letter phi plus Greek letter lambda, Greek letter phi. Then, as Lin Xiao continued his work, his eyes flickered with wisdom. Imagine a certain symmetry group transformation that can only transform the lowest energy state back into itself. The lowest energy state is said to be invariant to this transformation, meaning it possesses this symmetry. This then easily leads to the question, where does this energy come from? For example, zero-point energy of vacuum. Lin Xiao thought of this fascinating concept. It states that even in a completely empty vacuum, there is energy, and this energy is always present. The vacuum is not empty. This theory easily leads one to think, does this mean we have a free, unlimited energy source? In fact, there are even physical devices in the world that can harness this energy, such as the Casimir battery. Of course, these batteries are disposable and cannot be recharged spontaneously, so the energy consumed in their production is clearly not worth it. However, this is meaningless to physicists. They are interested in the underlying principle. While Heisenberg's uncertainty principle tells us that quantum mechanics cannot exist without zero-point energy, it still doesn't explain where zero-point energy of vacuum comes from. Chapter 186 on multidimensional fields and their situational superposition. So, where does it come from? Spontaneous vacuum failure. Countless thoughts raced through Lin Xiao's mind. Amateur scientists often possess rich imaginations, but compared to real scientists, theirs still seems limited, even barren. Scientists, with their vast knowledge base, can generate a wealth of ideas that amaze even amateur scientists, even through permutations and combinations. Of course, scientists don't claim their ideas are true, knowing they can't find a logically coherent justification for their rich imaginations. But Lin Xiao possesses the ability to justify such a process. It's like Einstein's theory of relativity and Young's proposal of parity non-conservation. After their proposals, neither received initial recognition from the academic community. Perhaps at the time, their theories were dismissed as mere amateur ideas. But once proven, their grandeur and foresight would astound the academic community. Thus, Lin Xiao's deductions grew increasingly complex. And his goal, temporarily shifting from his initial focus on the mass of the W boson to the study of zero-point energy of the vacuum, became a study of the energy of the vacuum. Of course, the study of vacuum zero-point energy may ultimately provide some assistance in measuring the mass of the W boson, or even more. As Henry said, Lin Xiao is creating a miracle, but miracles are obviously not easy to create. Each of the 8 wonders of the world took years, even decades, to achieve. Lin Xiao's academic miracle will also require a considerable amount of time to succeed. After all, we are all miracles. Of course, academic miracles don't take years or even decades. Even in a single year, countless miracles can be created. For example, in 1666, the 23-year-old Newton successively worked out the binomial theorem, the decomposition of light, and calculus, while also establishing Newton's first and second laws, as well as the basic ideas of the law of universal gravitation. Furthermore, in 1905, the 26-year-old Einstein published theories on the photoelectric effect, Brownian motion, special relativity, and the famous E equals mc mass energy equation. Over the past 2 years, their achievements have made tremendous contributions to human understanding of the world, earning them the nickname Years of Miracles. However, as to how long it would take Lin Xiao to accomplish his miracle, no one in this world knew. It was clear that Lin Xiao couldn't fully develop his theory in just a few days in Lan. The second day's discussion concluded, and there was a meeting on the third. After that, Svenzel took several students to watch the Lion football team's game. Winning or losing didn't concern them. After all, they all lived in Paris, so of course they had to support Paris Saint-Germain. And so, on the 4th day, they boarded a plane back to Paris. On the plane, Svenzel observed Lin Xiao, still lost in thought, and asked, "Henry said you were about to perform a miracle." Lin Xiao, stunned, replied, "A miracle?" Svenzel glanced at Henry beside him. Henry spread his hands and said, "Those are the theories that sound incredible, like the parity non-conservation theory created by Yang." "Isn't this theory incredible?" Lin Xiao couldn't help laughing, and then said, "If I can succeed, maybe? Of course, it may be worthless, Svensi smiled and said, some theories seem worthless, but in fact they are priceless. Some theories seem worth $1,000. But in fact they are meaningless. In fact, the theories we are studying now are generally like this for human beings. They are worth 1,000 gold but worthless. You say we discovered the Higgs boson, but what's the use? It doesn't help the human living standards at all, and for this we even spent tens of billions of euros to build a super collider, so much so that many people say that this choice can be called dangerous. Maybe it is true. We built it just to satisfy the desires of professionals like us. This desire also makes us ignore those ordinary people, but if you say so, it seems that it is not good to ignore others just for your own desires. This is obviously wrong. We know that we must do this because our desire is for the truth and to reveal the universe. This is also for the future of mankind. Even if we are wrong sometimes, as long as the ultimate goal is to be correct, it doesn't matter, so it's the same with your research. Even if it is wrong or worthless, you have to stick to it. At least this process is worth 1,000 gold to you. Listening to Svensi's words, Lin Xiao smiled and nodded, and said, of course I agree with you, but as I said just now, if I succeed, it may be a miracle, but precisely because it is a miracle, there is still a certain degree of difficulty. Oh? Can you tell me about it? Svensi asked with interest. Have you done any research on zero-point energy? Zero-point energy? Svensi pondered for a moment and said, of course I know about it, but I haven't done much research on it. Of course, I'm still interested in it. Do you know about vacuum catastrophe? Lin Xiao thought for a moment and said, I know. The upper limit of zero-point energy predicted by quantum field theory seems to be very different from the upper limit measured experimentally. Yes, and not just very different, but extremely different, Svensi said. Based on quantum field theory, we estimate that the upper limit of zero-point energy of vacuum is 10 to the 121st power GeV-m. However, according to experimental measurements, the actual upper limit of zero-point energy of vacuum is 10 to the 14th power. The difference is a whopping 107 orders of magnitude. Lin Xiao, that's a really bad prediction. Of course, this can be called the worst prediction in physics. Even though our standard model hasn't been truly perfected, or no one dares to say that it can be truly perfected, it still predicts a lot of particles, such as the Higgs boson. Svensi smiled. But then again, this thing doesn't seem to be of much help to you. At this point, he shook his head and sighed. For those of us who work in particle physics, the more we know, the less we know. It's like a joke I once heard. There are only two things modern physicists don't know, this and that. So much so that I used to tell every young person who wanted to study with me for a master's degree, go study condensed matter, not particle physics. Hearing this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but smile. I don't know this, I don't know that. Henry, who was standing beside him, then said, I've also heard a joke. Physicists once believed there were only 2 dark clouds left in the sky. But after over 100 years of hard work, today's physicists can finally proudly declare, our sky is now covered in dark clouds. The surrounding physicists, having heard this joke, also laughed. Indeed, how many unsolved problems are there in physics right now? Dark matter and dark energy were the first 2 dark clouds to appear. The vacuum catastrophe mentioned earlier was also a dark cloud. Then there's the temporal protection conjecture. According to general relativity, a particle could even travel back and forth from its endpoint on a closed timeline, essentially going from the present to the past, completing time travel. This, according to general relativity, is correct. And there are many more besides these. In short, these physics problems are multiplying, to the point where it's fair to say the current physics world is shrouded in a cloud of darkness. Then, others began sharing jokes they'd heard, and more physicists joined in the conversation. However, Lin Xiao, lost in thought, didn't join in the physics jokes. Quantum field theory. While quantum field theory's predictions for zero-point energy could be described as abysmal, the theoretical framework itself was unquestionable. As he reflected on the various theories of quantum field theory, Lin Xiao's eyes gradually brightened. Perhaps, this is it. April in Paris ended with a profusion of blossoms, followed by the fragrant mayas for the academic world. After the twin prime conjecture, which amazed people for a moment, things returned to normal. Everyone continued to work on their own research, watching to see if there would be any major events in the academic world. But May passed by uneventfully. June. Of course, if there's a major event in academia, in most cases, the major journals will get the news first. For most scholars, submitting a paper to a journal first is common practice. As for submitting a paper to RZIV first, not every author does it. And for the editors of Physical Review Letters, June 6 seemed like a normal day, nothing major would happen. But when they saw this submission, all the editors were stunned. On multidimensional fields and their state superposition, abstract, multidimensional field theory is established using the methods of quantum field theory, and based on multidimensional field theory, it is proved that zero-point energy comes from multidimensional state superposition. At first, the editor who saw this submission thought it was another submission from an amateur scientist, so he couldn't help complaining to his colleagues next to him, "My God, these amateur scientists are really full of rich imagination." The colleague laughed and said, "Let me guess, is his name Tongus? Or maybe Dimitri? I am familiar with these two guys." The editor shook his head. "He is a Chinese. Let me see. His name is Xiao Lin." He was silent for a moment, and said, "This name is a bit familiar. The provers of the Goldbach conjecture and the twin prime conjecture, although they are editors of physics journals, of course they have heard of them." The colleague was stunned for a moment, incredulous, and said, "No way? It can't be that person, right? Take a look at his historical papers." The editor immediately checked. The other person's simple papers, all published in world-class journals, with proofs of the Goldbach conjecture and the twin prime conjecture, unsurprisingly revealed his identity. "It's really him." The colleague was stunned. His ability was clearly unquestionable, so he couldn't be a pseudoscientist. "So, this paper? Let's take a look." The editor silently opened the paper and began to read. But after a few pages, he gave up trying to understand it. It used so many complex mathematical methods, from topology and geometry to multidimensional space theory. He didn't know how long it would take to read it thoroughly and fully understand it. So, he decided to just check the formatting before handing it off to the real experts. Happy 51st. Happy January. Please vote for next month. Chapter 187, June 26, 2020. Professor Giorgio Parisi's office in the Sapienza University of Rome, Italy. A review request from Physical Review Letters. Checking his email as part of his daily routine, George Parisi saw an email from Physical Review Letters. As one of the most important scientists currently working in quantum mechanics, George Parisi has won countless awards in the physics community. With the exception of the Wolf Prize and the Nobel Prize in Physics, he has received virtually every award he deserves, including the Dirac Medal, the Boltzmann Medal, the Lagrange Prize, and so on. Even the Wolf Prize and the Nobel Prize in Physics are currently in the waiting list, and if ranked by importance, he might win them in the next few years. His research focuses on quantum field theory, statistical mechanics, and complex systems, so Physical Review Letters frequently asks him to review manuscripts on quantum mechanics. Since he's free right now, reviewing this article wouldn't be a bad idea. And if Physical Review Letters is asking him to review a manuscript, he might even discover some valuable ideas. He then opened the email and downloaded the attachment. At this point, he noticed a note from Physical Review Letters. Professor Parisi, the author of this article, is the prover of the Goldbach conjecture and the twin prime conjecture. So, please don't just discard the paper after reading its title and abstract. Seeing this, George Parisi couldn't help but laugh and shake his head. While he had indeed done something like that, it was because the paper was so ridiculous that he hadn't responded for over 2 months. The editor finally contacted him and found out the reason. Of course, since the paper was written by a mathematical genius, he was even more intrigued. He believed that such a person couldn't possibly write such nonsense. So he opened the paper and began to read it. But after reading the title and abstract, he immediately realized why the editor had given him such a warning. At first glance, wasn't this paper even more ridiculous than the one he had previously reviewed? What's this about multidimensional fields? The overlapping of the same spatial fields across all dimensions means that all dimensions are closely connected, influencing each other. And what about this state superposition? Is the three-dimensional zero-point energy of a vacuum actually the average of the total matter energy in 0, 1, 2, and 3 dimensions? Are you writing science fiction here? What other theories are there? Is dark matter actually the projection of matter from other dimensions onto the three-dimensional world? The dark matter we currently observe originates from dimensions 0, 1, 2, and 4. Since higher dimensional matter can't be projected across dimensions, it can only be projected down dimension by dimension. Therefore, The currently observed dark matter only accounts for 26.8% of the total mass energy of the universe. And dark energy and other things also seep in from other dimensions. At this moment, George Parisi thought he had misread something. He was actually reading some science fiction author's rambling, high-sounding theory to bolster his fiction. However, when George Parisi remembered the author of this paper, all his impatience dissipated. No matter how ridiculous a theory published by a renowned academic, it's still worth reading carefully. Only after reading it can one express their opinion. And it's a sign of respect for the other person's past achievements. This is especially true when the author of this seemingly ridiculous quantum physics paper is a renowned scholar, destined for a future Fields Medal. Even a Nobel Prize winner would have to treat such a person as a scholar of equal stature. George Parisi, without further ado, began to carefully study Lin Xiao's paper. Physicists aren't usually as good at mathematics as mathematicians, of course. Of course, there are exceptions, such as George Parisi, who is a very good mathematician. So, when Lin Xiao's paper entered the formal mathematical demonstration, although his comprehension slowed, he still understood it. However, he was still in awe of the paper's use of mathematics. He had read countless physics papers, but the depth and breadth of mathematics used in this paper was unprecedented for George Parisi. Moreover, the relationships between them were so harmonious, the structure so rigorous, that even George Parisi would have marveled at the mathematical beauty. Of course, he hadn't forgotten to verify the paper's theories. He wanted to find errors within them, thereby rejecting what he considered to be a fantastical paper. However, the results disappointed him. Throughout the theoretical process, he couldn't find any flaws in the argumentation, from the mathematical proofs to the physical analysis. If this were any other paper, he would probably have exclaimed in admiration. This kind of masterpiece would be a delight to read 100 times. But this paper was no ordinary one. The results it described were no less significant than those in On the Electrodynamics of Moving Bodies, the paper in which Einstein first published his theory of relativity. Once this paper was published, the physics community, which had been silent for who knows how long, would likely be shaken up like a 100-meter-wide meteorite crashing into the ocean, stirring up a turbulent storm. For a moment, his gaze grew increasingly solemn, and he felt a profound sense of responsibility. Next, he would have to more rigorously review all the steps in the paper. If the theory proved to be of significant importance, he, as a reviewer, would be honored. June 26, 2020. For the world, this day will be etched in history and forever celebrated by future scientists. Simply because a single paper was published. Institute for Advanced Study, School of Natural Sciences, Princeton. M.R. Whitten. This issue of Physical Review Letters is out. There was a knock on Edward Whitten's office door. An institute staff member came in and handed him a journal. Yes, thank you. Whitten nodded to the staff member, took the journal, removed the plastic wrap, and glanced at it. Physical Review Letters, Volume 124, Issue 25. Looks like this is the last issue of Volume 124. I'll give it a look. I have nothing else to do. As a top mathematical physicist, checking out these top journals every issue is a regular occurrence. He then tucked the journal under his elbow, left the office, and headed for the afternoon tea restaurant. Reading journals there was a pleasant pastime for him. He soon arrived, ordered a cup of coffee, and began looking for a seat. There were quite a few people enjoying afternoon tea. He looked around until he sat down next to an elderly professor. He glanced at what the professor was holding. It was Physical Review Letters. He smiled and said, "Adler, you're here to read the journal too." Adler was a leading figure in quantum mechanics, whose many groundbreaking papers laid the foundation for the Standard Model. After all, a researcher at the Institute for Advanced Study at Princeton was certainly no ordinary figure. However, the professor simply glanced up and said, "All right, Whitten, enough of this nonsense. Let's get down to the third paper in this issue." Edward Whitten was stunned. The third paper, but Professor Adler had already lowered his head and ignored him. Confused, Edward Whitten opened the journal and first glanced at the papers. He quickly scanned the papers in the issue. Signals of the quantum universe? Sounds interesting. And this, the electromagnetic counterpart of the gravitational wave event from the merger of two black holes? Interesting. And then, he finally came across the third paper. He was slightly taken aback. On multidimensional fields and their superposition, what was the theory of multidimensional fields? He hadn't heard of it before, but it seemed quite interesting. Adler's serious expression made him wonder. Could this be a paper with significant results? He became impatient and quickly flipped through the third paper. The author is Lin Xiao. Seeing the author, he was stunned. He was certainly familiar with this young genius, but was he now studying theoretical physics again? And below the paper was a reviewer's introduction. George Parisi. After reading this paper, I felt a mixture of emotions, because I finally understood why the theory of special relativity wasn't immediately embraced by the academic community after its initial publication. At this moment, like the scholars of the time, I felt immense confusion about this cutting-edge theory. It must be false, right? But obviously I hoped and believed it was true. Just as I couldn't find any flaws in the argument of this paper, Edward Witten's expression grew serious upon seeing the comments of this world-renowned physicist. For a Nobel Prize candidate in physics to offer such high praise, he must have been deeply curious about the findings in this paper. He then shifted his gaze downward, reading from the abstract to the rest of the paper. Time passed slowly. Finally, Witten and Adler, who was sitting across from him, looked up almost simultaneously. They exchanged glances, each seeing the deep shock in the other's eyes. They both realized that something momentous had occurred, not only for physics but also for humanity as a whole. Chapter 188. The person who understands multidimensional field theory best is Lin Xiao. For the physics community of this century, progress has stagnated somewhat. Or rather, this century is more like the general consensus among physicists over a century ago. Before those two dark clouds arrived, the edifice of physics had already been built, and all that remained was patchwork. Around the turn of the 20th century, the emergence of relativity and quantum mechanics opened up a vast new world of theory and physics, making everything difficult to understand, at least for ordinary people. Quantum mechanics is counterintuitive, unlike classical mechanics, which ordinary people could at least grasp based on their own experience. The advent of superstring theory in the second half of the 20th century plunged physics into a world of profound mystery. Such rapid progress has left the physics community feeling overwhelmed, and as they struggle to digest these theories, it feels as if progress has stagnated. However, even with so many unresolved problems, the physics community continues to pursue new discoveries. After all, the pursuit of new theories is the craving of physicists, and human desires are endless, so naturally, they are insatiable. However, since M-theory, no new theories have emerged that have truly astonished the physics community. Furthermore, while superstring theory is sound in its argumentation, it has never been fully accepted by the physics community because no physical experiment has proven even a single one of its propositions. For example, Witten, the proponent of M-theory, only received a Fields Medal for his application of mathematics, but still no Nobel Prize in physics because M-theory has not been experimentally verified. The Nobel Prize in Science is primarily judged by experimental verification. Without such verification, no Nobel Prize is awarded. For example, Edward Higgs proposed the Higgs mechanism for decades, but only won the Nobel Prize in Physics the following year, after the discovery of the Higgs boson in 2012. This has always been a source of regret for Edward Witten, a physicist. While he feels honored to receive the highest honor in mathematics, winning the Nobel Prize in Physics is what he most desires. After all, it signifies recognition of his achievements. But for so long, no results had emerged that could confirm M-theory, causing him to lose hope and even prepare to die without hearing about any such results. However, Witten now sees a ray of hope in this issue of Physical Review Letters. Although this paper, on multidimensional fields and their superposition of states, discusses multidimensionality from a different perspective and lacks theoretical intersection with M-theory, the two clearly share some common themes. This means you can attempt to identify a point of intersection and bridge the two, which is entirely possible. Furthermore, this paper is based on quantum field theory. The reason Witten sees hope in vindicating M-theory is that it successfully provides a logically consistent argument for the vacuum catastrophe. The upper limit of the vacuum zero-point energy predicted by quantum field theory differs from the actual observed value by 107 orders of magnitude. This phenomenon, known as the vacuum catastrophe, has baffled physicists. Multidimensional field theory provides an answer. Quantum field theory's predictions, due to its inherent flaws, fail to account for the effects of multiple dimensions. However, based on the conditions of multidimensional field theory, as long as the influence of multiple dimensions on the zero-point energy of the vacuum is taken into account, The predicted results will clearly be infinitely close to the experimental results. Although the paper doesn't explicitly provide the calculation results, anyone with even a passing mathematical aptitude can derive the final result from the formulas provided. This single piece of empirical evidence provides a perfect validation of multidimensional field theory, and this is its most important point. This, in turn, means that it has been experimentally confirmed. Einstein's theory of relativity remained unacceptable until 1919, when Arthur Stanley Eddington, observing a total solar eclipse, detected the curvature of spacetime and finally proved its validity. Einstein was thus elevated to the rank of world physicist, being compared to Newton. Lin Xiao's multidimensional field theory had just been released, and it had resolved a cloud in the physics community. It even made predictions about dark matter and dark energy. Although these predictions had yet to be experimentally verified, it was clear that no one could deny their explanation for the vacuum catastrophe. Witten was therefore incredibly surprised. He looked at Adler and called out, "Adler." Coincidentally, Adler called out, "Witten." Then, they both smiled. Putting aside the incredible nature of the paper, they both felt like the happiest people in the world. They had witnessed another advancement in physics in their lifetimes, and they had come one step closer to the truth. Suddenly, Edward Witten stood up and looked around at the people around him. There were mathematicians, theoretical physicists, astrophysicists, historians, political scientists, and many postdocs from the Institute for Advanced Study. And at that moment, Edward Witten wanted nothing more than to share this good news with them all. He shouted, "Friends! Look here!" Instantly, everyone looked over. Those who knew Witten smiled and asked, "Witten, is your grandson getting married?" Edward Witten smiled and said, "No, I believe the news I'm about to share is even more important than that." Everyone was stunned. What could an old man consider more important than his younger generation's life events? Edward Witten didn't hold back, revealing the answer. "We in the physics community can now confidently declare, multidimensional space truly exists." This news spread across the globe, on television, the internet, and other major news outlets. Every media outlet sprang to life, sharing this shocking news, accessible to the public. The world, like a powder keg, was instantly ignited by this conflagration. From academic scientists to the general public, this news sparked immense interest. Discussing the universe always evoked a sense of mystery and prestige, a sense of sophistication and class. For example, are there aliens? Can time travel be achieved? Is teleportation possible? Obviously, the most intriguing question among them all is whether there are multidimensional spaces. If so, how do life in other dimensions survive? Let's not discuss the latter question for now, because physics has yet to prove the existence of multidimensional space. Even relativity and quantum mechanics primarily discuss phenomena within the three-dimensional space we inhabit. Higher dimensions can only be hypothesized, not verified. However, multidimensional field theory can be considered proof of the existence of multidimensional space, as it's the only theory currently capable of explaining vacuum catastrophes. This means that vacuum catastrophes are caused by the influence of multidimensional space, indirectly proving the existence of multidimensional space. Of course, the details here are incomprehensible to the general public. They simply need to know that this phenomenon exists. Unsurprisingly, this topic topped the trending charts on major forums around the world, and nearly every netizen who saw the news joined in the discussion. Multidimensional space, it's unbelievable, it's truly incredible. Sometimes I envy the brains of these physicists. I really don't know how they came up with that. I heard the person who came up with this is only 20 years old. It's incredible. Not only that, but that Lin Xiao is a mathematical genius. He even proved the Goldbach conjecture. Oh my god, Lin Xiao. My Lin Xiao. You're driving me crazy. Can our country also produce a top physicist like Einstein? We already had Elder Yang, and now we have our second one. But Lin Xiao's achievement seems even more impressive. Isn't that incredible? It's simply outrageous. People were excitedly discussing the greatness of such an achievement. Naturally, they also focused on the person who had accomplished it. Lin Xiao's name once again made its presence known, and people were now even more interested in the status of Lin Xiao's theory within the physics community. Could it truly be compared with the greatest physicists in history? Time magazine, a world-renowned magazine, invited Edward Witten to conduct an interview on these matters. "Professor Witten, what's your opinion of multidimensional field theory?" "Witten, it's a miraculous achievement. Its theory has successfully explained countless difficult problems in physics. I'm incredibly excited about this breakthrough in physics. To be honest, I haven't gotten a good night's sleep in the last few days. Does this mean it's a theory comparable to relativity? Witten shook his head and gave a rigorous answer. Relativity has been developed for over 100 years and has produced a wealth of results, so we can be certain of its correctness. Multidimensional field theory, on the other hand, is relatively new, so it can't be compared to current relativity, although it has explained the vacuum catastrophe. However, it's important to understand that there are countless straight lines passing through a point, and it takes 2 points to determine a straight line. What if its solution to the vacuum catastrophe is just a coincidence? Therefore, only when it can be verified more effectively can it be considered a truly successful theory. Of course, if we compare it with the first few years after the emergence of relativity, I think multidimensional field theory may be more valuable and attractive. After all, it involves multidimensional space. In any case, it would be very interesting even if you just listened to it. The interviewer smiled and said, "It is indeed as you said. Multidimensional space is indeed more interesting to us." Then what do you think of Lin Xiao, the proposer of multidimensional field theory, who is only 20 years old this year? Isn't this a bit too incredible? Edward Witten smiled and said, "Einstein published the theory of relativity at the age of 26. Newton developed calculus and the law of universal gravitation at the age of 23, and Lin Xiao solved the Goldbach conjecture at the age of 19. At the age of 20, he came up with another theory that shocked the physics world. It doesn't seem so impossible. Of course, for me personally, I still find it incredible." Okay, then I will ask you one last question. Just like when the theory of relativity was first published, few people in the world could understand it. So, can you understand multidimensional field theory now? Edward Witten laughed and said, "The physicists back then couldn't understand the theory of relativity because their thinking was still limited by classical physics, but today's physicists have very creative minds and imagination, so no matter how amazing this paper is, people may be able to understand it a little bit, but I believe that there is only one person in the world who understands it best, and that is Lin Xiao. And as the person who understands multidimensional field theory best, what is Lin Xiao doing now?" Chapter 189, Let the World Be Shocked a Few More Times. In Lin Xiao's dormitory at the École Normale Supérieure in Paris, after submitting his paper on multidimensional fields and their superposition of states to physical review letters, he didn't rest on his laurels. He was well aware of the astonishing impact his theory had on the world. Even he was shocked that he had stumbled upon it so unexpectedly. He was simply trying to understand the cause of a vacuum catastrophe, but who could have imagined he'd stumbled upon multidimensional space? During his argument, he realized that he needed to reconcile the formula for calculating the energy limit of vacuum zero-point energy with a topological analysis of multidimensional space. After this realization, he continued to make bold speculations, ultimately laying the foundation for multidimensional field theory, arguing that the fields in each dimension overlap, a phenomenon known as superposition of states. In short, this groundbreaking theory was a complete accident. Perhaps it's like the saying, "A beautiful sentence is a product of nature, discovered by a master's hand." Of course, this magic hand of accidental discovery requires a true genius, so Lin Xiao's achievement was both accidental and inevitable. Furthermore, perhaps because the theory was too important, or perhaps still too complex for this world, the system didn't offer Lin Xiao a reward yet. Due to the host's advanced multidimensional field theory, completed at a mere level 2 in physics, and without any system-assisted skills, to encourage continued research, the system has decided to withhold rewards. A reward condition has been announced. Once the host finds 15 instances that validate the multidimensional field theory, the system will offer a more generous reward. The host has already found one, vacuum catastrophic. Note, the host doesn't need to find it personally. Any findings that validate the multidimensional field theory, even those by others, will count towards this example. This was the system's exact words after Lin Xiao completed the multidimensional field theory. When he heard the system's request, he nearly cursed. Isn't this a rip-off? 15 instances? How long will it take to find them? Is he expecting him to find it indefinitely? His theoretical speculations about dark matter and dark energy are unverifiable, as humans currently cannot directly observe dark matter. Therefore, verifying his predictions remains extremely difficult. However, after a long rant, Lin Xiao's ingenuity allowed him to quickly come up with a shortcut to solving this problem, calculating the masses of particles. In the current standard model, With the exception of the massless photons and gluons, the other 15 particles are assumed to have mass. 12 of these particles have already been measured by scientists. This means that if Lin Xiao can find a way to use his multidimensional field theory to calculate the masses of these particles, as long as the results match the measurements, wouldn't that be equivalent to finding a proof of concept? Furthermore, the system considerately excludes 3 particles whose masses are not yet fully determined, the 3 types of neutrinos. So, with the 12 particles whose masses have been measured, plus the massless photons and gluons, that brings the total to 14. Adding the vacuum catastrophe, that brings the total to 15. Therefore, it can be inferred that the system probably hopes he can find a method to calculate the masses of all particles. After all, the system is called an auxiliary, although this auxiliary is mostly just a guide. So, for many days, Lin Xiao has been working on the next step of his theory. Predicting particle masses naturally requires the standard model. After integrating the standard model into his multidimensional field theory, he made another shocking discovery. This is because he introduced more than 10 unknowns. Here, each unknown number represents a type of particle. Of course, this does not mean that they still have more than 30 particles to discover, but rather that these particles appear in a specific dimension. The higher the dimension, the more different particles there are. For example, in the 4th dimension, there are several more than in the 3rd dimension. And the 5th dimension has several more than the 4th. As for the 6th dimension, Lin Xiao has no way of finding it. Of course, the accuracy of his deduced number of over 10 is uncertain, as he lacks an understanding of the various properties of the 4th dimension. The high-dimensional particles he derived are simply necessary for the current harmony of the 3rd dimension, preventing space-time collapse, widespread black holes, or the inability of stars to exist. Furthermore, he also predicted several long-sought-after particles, such as the graviton. Among the unknowns he derived, he discovered one that perfectly matches the predictions of quantum mechanics. Of course, Lin Xiao's theory lacks conclusive theoretical evidence, as it's merely an unknown. Furthermore, the existence of the graviton completely contradicts relativity, which states that gravity is a phenomenon of space-time curvature, a fact that has been experimentally verified. However, these issues are now of minor importance. The important thing is that Lin Xiao has achieved his primary goal, using multidimensional field theory to derive a method for calculating particle mass. Mass originates from spontaneous symmetry breaking, which in turn stems from the Higgs mechanism. Through this, Lin Xiao found an equation that accurately predicts particle masses. Now, he just needs to input all the data, and the computer will calculate it, and he'll find all the answers. Finally, we've reached the final step, Lin Xiao sighed softly. Next, he'll need to input the 14 particles from the standard model whose masses have been largely determined, and he'll receive a reward from the system. He wondered how much he could earn this time. After all, even the system couldn't figure out his multidimensional field theory. The system felt he shouldn't be able to create something like this at his current level. In other words, aside from the fact that his current brain development was aided by the system, he achieved this world-shaking theory entirely through his own thinking. It's probably like Einstein and Newton, whose great theories were born of sudden flashes of inspiration. So, with his prowess, wouldn't it be unreasonable to think he'd even advanced 2 or 3 levels in physics? In the process of his demonstration, he pioneered numerous mathematical methods, such as multidimensional topology. This allowed him to discuss the existence of various dimensions within a matrix, thereby proving their cooperativity. This, in turn, led him to discover the existence of multidimensional fields. This alone is a Fields Medal-worthy achievement. Edward Witten, for example, won the Fields Medal for his use of Jones polynomials to explain Chern-Simons theory in his demonstration of M-theory, along with numerous other ingenious mathematical applications. So, Lin Xiao figured, he'd have at least a ton of mathematical experience. A couple of thousand wouldn't be too much? So, with this expectation in mind, he began calculating. He started with the up quark. He entered its spin, charge, and other properties, and began calculating. Before long, the software displayed the desired result, a mass of approximately 2.2 MeV, essentially the same as in the standard model. In high-energy physics, mass is generally calculated using the mass-energy equation in electron volts, Fc. This facilitates calculations for high-energy physicists. After all, for them, mass equals energy. The two are completely equivalent, and they routinely use Fc in their calculations. Now, Lin Xiao has successfully verified the mass of the up quark, demonstrating yet another empirical confirmation of multidimensional field theory. Now, instead of drawing a straight line through a single point, a straight line is drawn through 2 points. The next step is to find more points on this line. Up quarks, down quarks, charm quarks, strange quarks, 6 types of quarks, 6 types of leptons, 4 gauge bosons, and 1 Higgs boson, 17 particles, make up the current world of particle physics. Lin Xiao can directly calculate the mass of each particle. For example, by substituting photons and gluons, he obtains a value of 0. Of course, the masses of the 3 neutrinos can also be calculated, but since they can't be measured experimentally, even if Lin Xiao calculated them, he still needed to find a way to verify them through experiments. Only after successful experimental verification could they be considered empirical evidence. Thus, after Lin Xiao calculated the masses of the other 13 particles, and the results were all identical to the masses currently measured, something unexpected happened with the last particle, the W boson. What's going on? The mass of the W boson is actually 80,436 plus or minus 3 MeV. Lin Xiao was stunned by this result. This is quite different from the previous measurement. Previously, the standard model predicted the mass of the W boson to be between 80,357 plus or minus 6 MeV2, where the 6 is the standard deviation Greek letter sigma. In physics, if the standard deviation is within 5, it is considered experimental error. If it exceeds 5 standard deviations, it is considered to be some new physics. Previous experimental measurements of the W boson's mass had never exceeded within 5 standard deviations of the standard model's prediction, so the previous predictions could be considered flawless. But now, Lin Xiao's result had a standard deviation of 20 from the previous prediction. Lin Xiao was taken aback for a moment, then a faint smile crossed his face. This showed that the standard model's predictions had been wrong, and his multidimensional field theory had improved it. Looks like I can shock the world again. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 190 Is Lin Xiao a great mathematician or a great physicist? Looks like I can shock the world again. A smile crossed Lin Xiao's face at the thought. This was clearly good news for him, as it further demonstrated the importance of multidimensional field theory to physics research. His theory pointed out errors in previous theories, further aiding humanity in its search for truth. Truth is not afraid of having its errors found, and truth that has been found to be wrong is clearly not truth. But then a thought struck him: could the system still accept his calculations when they differed so significantly from previous ones? As expected, the system's display of proven cases stopped at 14/15. System, you're so mean. Cursing, Lin Xiao shook his head helplessly, thinking to himself, I need to perform a measurement, and he wanted to lead the effort himself. Only in this way could he ensure a more accurate measurement of the W boson's mass, and thus satisfy his theoretical calculations more quickly. After all, letting someone else lead the effort would take who knows how long, far too slow. He was confident in this. As for whether others would let him lead the effort personally? Just kidding. Who in the world would refuse him now? Of course, that would have to wait until he published this paper. After all, multidimensional field theory simply represents the pinnacle of his achievements in quantum field theory. In other words, multidimensional field theory has become a discipline in its own right. Perhaps in the future, physics will have a new discipline called multidimensional physics. However, none of this has anything to do with particle physics. His current achievements have truly integrated particle physics into his multidimensional physics, allowing physics to discuss elementary particles in more dimensions. At that point, he would be a direct successor to the field of particle physics. Of course, perhaps being a pioneer of multidimensional physics is even more representative. I believe that centuries from now, people will remember him more for his achievements in multidimensional physics. Without further ado, Lin Xiao began to edit his paper and then sent it to Physical Review Letters. When he was done, he stood up and stretched. I've been stuck in the dorm for another few days. Time to get out and see the sun, but multidimensional field theory should be setting the world ablaze, right? Suddenly, Lin Xiao thought again. While multidimensional field theory is complex, Its results are astounding. Even to the average person, it sounds like a theory that rivals relativity and quantum mechanics. So, he's completely confident that multidimensional field theory is now a global phenomenon. While the mathematical conjectures he proved are impressive, they were only impressive within the realm of mathematics. Ordinary people still struggle to grasp them. Physics, on the other hand, is different because it reveals real-world phenomena and is accessible to the general public. Especially since modern people, influenced by science fiction and equipped with a solid foundation of knowledge, have a much richer imagination than those of the previous century. Otherwise, how could those fiction writers come up with so many theories that seem so incomprehensible? Thinking of this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but smile. He sat down on the edge of the bed and picked up Mimi. Mimi, your master is going to be one of the greatest physicists in the world. There was a famous Schrödinger's cat in the past, and you, Lin Xiao's Mimi, will be famous too. If Mimi knew what Schrödinger's cat was, she would definitely say to Lin Xiao, please be a human being. It turns out that cats' mortal enemies are dogs. After petting the cat, Lin Xiao decided to go out for a walk, but just then, there was a knock on the door. Lin Xiao, who had just finished getting dressed, walked to the door and opened it to see a crowd gathered outside. It was more accurate to say that the entire corridor was already crowded. Everyone looked at him with admiration and adoration. Standing at the door were Henry, Bernard and Alex. Between them, Svensson also stood there, smiling at him. Lin, I want to call you a god. You are the god of physics, Henry Bernard shouted upon seeing Lin Xiao standing behind the door. Alex exclaimed in amazement, Lin, we're all math students, so why are you a physicist? The other students around them cheered even louder. Lin. 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 Among these students, there were students from all over the world, not just physics and math, but also from various other departments. And not just science students, there were even a lot of liberal arts students, and there were even girls. And at that moment, they were all chanting Lin Xiao's name. Because Lin Xiao deserved it. Just like that, a physicist on the caliber of Einstein or Newton had appeared in their school, or among their peers. Who wouldn't be excited? For science students, it's a given that they all admire and worship physicists like Einstein and Newton, who are considered legends. And for liberal arts students, even if they couldn't understand their high-sounding theories, it didn't stop them from idolizing these top physicists. So, everyone was incredibly excited to see Lin Xiao. You could even say that Lin Xiao was now their idol. Seeing this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but smile. Of course, he had long been prepared for such a situation. At this moment, Svensson smiled and said to Lin Xiao, Lin, congratulations on successfully creating your own miracle. Lin Xiao smiled and nodded, thank you, Professor. Svensson's face was filled with emotion, recalling the high-energy physics conference he had invited Lin Xiao to attend. Who could have imagined that it would later provide such a significant inspiration to a genius? And then, just a few months later, a theory that astonished the world was born. Okay, come with me. Many people have already wanted to see you. Lin Xiao naturally didn't refuse and said, okay, then. Under the gaze of the surrounding students, Lin Xiao and Svensson left and headed for the conference room inside the school. When Lin Xiao arrived, the conference room was almost full. All of them were top scholars in Europe. For example, scientists from the world's top research institution, the Max Planck Society, scientists from the French National Centre for Scientific Research, CNRS, and researchers from 2 British universities. Representatives from these 3 currently powerful countries in Western Europe had come. Besides these, there were also people working at CERN. There were even more faces, representing a wide variety of races. Lin Xiao also spotted several Chinese faces, likely members of the CERN China Collaborative Research Group. Of course, it wasn't just physicists, but also mathematicians and researchers from various other disciplines. Almost everyone who had time to come was present. If it weren't for the limited size of the conference room, there would probably be even more. With Lin Xiao's arrival, everyone stood and spontaneously applauded him. Respect was evident in everyone's eyes. At this moment, Lin Xiao had risen from an unknown figure in the physics community to a position of primacy, just like Einstein had been in his day. Therefore, no one could help but show respect for him. Watching this scene, Lin Xiao smiled, feeling a slight sense of emotion. Although he had been prepared for this, it wasn't until he faced the current situation that he truly felt a global enthusiasm. Hello everyone, he nodded to the crowd, and the applause only grew louder. Lin Xiao was then led to the front row, where he now sat. Everyone followed suit, looking at him with smiles on their faces. Lin, thank you for your contribution to science. You're clearly a great mathematician, and your contributions to physics further demonstrate that. An elderly man, seated second from Lin Xiao's left, nodded and smiled. Lin Xiao looked over. This man was Gerd Faltings, director of the Max Planck Institute for Mathematics and one of the greatest mathematicians of our time. However, just as Lin Xiao was about to thank him for his compliments, he heard the elderly man to his right say, "No, Faltings. It's obvious that Lin is a great physicist, and only then a great mathematician." Lin Xiao looked over. This man seemed to be Roger Penrose. Roger Penrose, along with Hawking, had predicted how black holes form. They form when massive celestial bodies collapse under gravitational force. With the release of the black hole photo in 2019, he had essentially secured the Nobel Prize in Physics this year. Unfortunately, Hawking passed away in 2018, otherwise, he and Penrose would have shared the Nobel Prize in Physics. Of course, that wasn't the main point. The question now swirling was he a mathematician or a physicist? Suddenly, he noticed a strange arrangement in the seating arrangement. The row to his left was filled with mathematicians, while the row to his right was filled with physicists. Scientists from other disciplines sat in the back, seemingly watching the spectacle. This situation. Faltings then said, "Haha, Penrose, have you forgotten your identity as a mathematician? Of course, that aside, it's well known that Lin achieved your physics accomplishments as a mathematician. You can't argue with that." Penrose smiled and said, "It's precisely because I was once a mathematician that I'm a true physicist now. Numbers are just our tools, just like how Lin applied mathematics to his physics theories." Yes, Lin is obviously a physicist. Several other renowned physicists nearby began to speak up for Penrose. The mathematicians to his left didn't back down either, and began arguing with the physicists across from him about Lin Xiao's identity, even engaging in a quarrel. As the two disciplines at the top of the academic hierarchy, whether Lin Xiao was a mathematician or a physicist was clearly a matter of great importance to them. Watching this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but hold his head in his hands. What was going on? Finally, Penrose held out his hand, signaling everyone to stop. He then said, "It's clear we're not going to reach a conclusion by arguing like this. Let's hear what Lin has to say." Everyone turned to look at Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao helplessly spread his hands and said, "Excuse me, may I answer this question? I'm both a mathematician and a physicist. My multidimensional field theory is actually a product of mathematical physics." Disappointment washed over both sides. Just then, someone among the chemists sitting in the back shouted, "Lin is also a materials chemist. Why can't a materials chemist be both a mathematician and a physicist?" The mathematicians and physicists glared at him as he spoke. "You wish." Chapter 191 Another Bomb. After a long debate over Lin Xiao's ownership, although their plans ultimately failed due to Lin Xiao's subjective initiative, everyone still looked at Lin Xiao with a sense of relief. What a talented young man. Most of the people here were already in their 40s, and those with more experience were in their 60s and 70s. Looking at the youthful Lin Xiao, they all seemed to recall their own youth, when they hadn't achieved the same remarkable achievements as Lin Xiao. Newton was 23, Einstein was 26, and now, Lin Xiao was 20. While 20 was only 3 and 6 years younger than 23 and 26, it still amazed everyone. What an incredible age. Of course, the amazement was over. It was time to get down to business. Penrose next to him said, "Mr. Lin, we asked you to come here because we want to discuss something with you." "What is it?" "I'm a member of the International Solvay Group. We are planning to hold a Solvay conference this year. I hope you can talk to the physics community about your multidimensional field theory at this conference." Penrose smiled and said, "There is a saying that goes, no one really understands quantum mechanics. Similarly, not many people really understand relativity. Now it seems that we can add another sentence, that no one understands multidimensional field theory. So, you are probably the person in our world who understands multidimensional field theory best. We all want to really understand multidimensional field theory from you, such as, what do you think about higher dimensions and those lower dimensions?" Hearing Penrose's words, Lin Xiao smiled and nodded. Of course there is no problem with that. Such an important theory, of course, also requires the proposer to share it with everyone in person, such as some of his ideas about the theory. so as to point out a path for other people's research. In addition, he can also share how he thought it out. Perhaps these deeds will be etched in history, passed down through generations, even becoming textbook stories. However, as for the Solvay conferences, Lin Xiao had certainly heard of them. They were most famous for their fifth meeting in October 1927, a photo of the attendees left behind, a photo of renowned physics giants like Einstein, Lorentz, and Planck. The Solvay conferences have continued uninterrupted into modern times, with their last meeting in 2017. This year, it seemed fitting for another one. That's good, Penrose nodded with a smile, then asked, "So, Lin, when do you think this conference would be best held?" "Do you even need to ask me that?" Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow. Everyone present laughed at Lin Xiao's question. Penrose said, "You're the protagonist of this Solvay conference, and the principle of the Solvay conference is that unless there's something important going on, or someone important, we'd rather not hold it. Also, the Solvay committee has already decided on the name of this conference, multidimensional field theory, so as long as it suits your schedule, it'll be fine." Lin Xiao nodded slightly and smiled. "Then, let's hold it in December of this year." "That should be fine." "December," Penrose nodded. "Of course. It's not even July yet, so we still have 5 months to prepare." "That's a lot of time, but may I ask why you're planning to hold it in December?" Lin Xiao smiled, then glanced at everyone present. "Because before December, I plan to remeasure the mass of the W boson. It just so happens that many of my friends in high-energy physics are here. I wonder if anyone would like to join me." Upon hearing Lin Xiao's plan, everyone present was stunned. Remeasure the mass of the W boson? What was he planning to do? "Can you explain why?" Penrose asked curiously. The W boson's mass had been measured numerous times, and generally remained close to the Standard Model's prediction, within 5 standard deviations. Now, Lin Xiao suddenly proposed remeasuring the W boson's mass. Why? Lin Xiao simply smiled and kept the question a secret. "Everyone, keep an eye on the last 2 weeks' issues of Physical Review letters. You'll find the answer there." "Of course, I'll let you in on a little secret. The W boson mass we measured previously should differ significantly from the actual mass, as long as multidimensional field theory is correct." The physicists present were immediately stunned. Their previous predictions of the W boson's mass were wrong, vastly different from the actual mass. Everyone was stunned. "Lin, are you sure about this?" Penrose's face darkened. Clearly, what Lin Xiao had raised was a crucial point. Lin Xiao smiled faintly. "If I weren't sure, I wouldn't be telling you here. Besides, the W boson is the only particle whose value I calculated that differs significantly from our current measurements. The other particles are basically in very good agreement." "Why is that?" a physicist nearby couldn't help but ask. It was George Parisi, who had reviewed Lin Xiao's manuscript earlier and had also come over. Lin Xiao spread his hands and said, "Because of multidimensional space, in the past, when in doubt, quantum mechanics was used. Now, when in doubt, both quantum mechanics and multidimensional field theory can be used." Hearing Lin Xiao's answer, everyone in the room looked at each other in confusion. But soon, someone realized something. "So, you've used multidimensional field theory to find a new way to calculate the masses of elementary particles." With the question posed, everyone's eyes suddenly turned to Lin Xiao. In the past, they used the Standard Model to calculate the masses of elementary particles and then verified them experimentally. For example, to calculate the mass of the W boson, they could use the measured masses of the Higgs boson, the Z boson, the top quark, and the muon lifetime to calculate the mass of the W boson. But now, Lin Xiao had actually calculated the masses of these particles using multidimensional field theory? This truly astonished them. If multidimensional field theory is a groundbreaking theory in physics, then the method for calculating the masses of elementary particles could be considered a fundamental theory of high-energy physics. And Lin Xiao had actually come up with such an important theory? All the high-energy physicists present were taken aback. Lin Xiao smiled slightly and said, "Yes." The physicists in the room were immediately shocked. Someone immediately asked, "Have you submitted your paper to Physical Review letters? Did you post it on Arxiv?" No, Lin Xiao replied. The others immediately shouted, "Publish it on Arxiv." "Yes, publish it on Arxiv. We can't wait any longer, publish it on Arxiv." What's it like to be pressured to publish a paper by a bunch of academic giants? Lin Xiao had experienced it. He had originally wanted to wait for the academic community to digest multidimensional field theory before dropping a bombshell. But seeing everyone's enthusiasm, he said with a wry smile, okay, I'll definitely publish it when I get back. I originally wanted to wait until everyone has a good understanding of multidimensional field theory before I do anything. Hearing Lin Xiao's words, everyone present couldn't help but feel helpless. It did make sense. After all, there weren't many people in the academic world who could understand multidimensional field theory, and Lin Xiao was probably the only one who fully understood it. Now, Lin Xiao had extended this theory to a new one. Who could guarantee that the physics community would understand this new theory? Of course, no matter what, he'd just have to read it first. Whether or not they could understand it was a matter for the future. The matter was brushed aside, and they then discussed the location of the upcoming Solvay conference in Lin Xiao's initiative to remeasure the mass of the W boson. Many physicists expressed their willingness to join the effort. Fabiola Giannotti, president of CERN, also expressed his willingness to provide a location and all the data needed for Lin Xiao's research. Lin Xiao naturally expressed his gratitude. Of course, his current achievements were enough to warrant such a gesture from CERN. With that, the brief meeting, which could be considered a meeting, concluded. However, for Lin Xiao, the story wasn't over yet. Mr. Lin, I'm Antoine Petit, president of the French National Center for Scientific Research, CNRS. I sincerely invite you to become an honorary scientist at CNRS. I'm curious if you'd like to join. There are no requirements for this position. Mr. Lin, I'm Martin Strautmann, president of the Max Planck Society in Germany. On behalf of the Max Planck Society, I invite you to become an honorary scientist. Furthermore, if you'd like, we can also establish a new physics institute just for you, called the Institute of Multidimensional Physics, of which you will be the director, with a lifetime appointment. Mr. Lin, I'm from the Royal Society. The highest scientific research institutions across Europe have all extended invitations to Lin Xiao, hoping he will join their institutions and offer him honorary seats. For these organizations, having Lin Xiao associated with them is an honor and a boost to their reputation. Of course, Lin Xiao didn't refuse and accepted their invitations. Chapter 192, Spying on the Higher Dimension from the Lower Dimension. After this conference, Lin Xiao successfully amassed a host of honors. He subsequently received interview requests from various media outlets. However, he declined all of them, as he didn't have the time to accept them. He needed to get his paper back on Arziv, otherwise the physicists would be worried. So, upon returning that same day, he reposted his paper on Arziv. Arziv obviously doesn't just hold mathematical papers. Physics research is the largest, and even physicists far outnumber mathematicians. This can be seen simply by comparing the impact factors of top mathematics journals with those of top physics journals. Consequently, quite a number of physicists have recently shown interest in multidimensional field theory. However, when people searched for Lin Xiao's paper on multidimensional fields and their state superposition on Arziv, they were disappointed to find that Lin Xiao had not published it there. This left many frustrated. Of course, this only applies to those who want to get something for free, as papers on Arziv are free. While some people can access these free papers through Arziv, many others purchase resources and journals from institutions and directly access the papers they want. However, people also followed Lin Xiao, wondering if he would publish other papers related to multidimensional field theory. And that day, people were not disappointed, as Lin Xiao published a new paper. This paper was titled Particle Models in Multidimensional Fields. The title was simple, yet it resonated deeply with everyone. It was like Einstein's paper on the relationship between the inertia and energy of objects, which revealed the crucial concept of the mass-energy equation. Clearly, the mass-energy equation is a new formula developed based on relativity, and Lin Xiao's paper is also a new theory developed based on multidimensional field theory. Furthermore, Lin Xiao's direct integration of particles and multidimensional field theory heightened everyone's attention. So, what profound truths did this paper reveal? What was the relationship between particles and multidimensional fields? Everyone shared this thought. Even the physicists who had attended the conference that day and heard Lin Xiao's talk about it shared similar anticipation and downloaded the paper. Then, after reading the abstract, they felt once again that the world had gone mad. By mathematically substituting the standard model into multidimensional field theory and discussing the standard model of particles under multidimensional field theory, We show that to ensure the stability of the three-dimensional universe, the standard model in 3, 4, and 5 dimensions must contain more particles. Finally, using the standard model of particles, we calculated the masses of current elementary particles, finding that the W boson mass differed from the actual measured value. We also measured the masses of the 3 neutrinos, finding their sum to be 0.13 Fc, consistent with the predictions in DOI 10.1103. Just this abstract alone was enough to shock everyone's perspective. Even the physicists who had met with Lin Xiao earlier were surprised by his impressive feat. They had initially assumed he had merely found a new method for calculating particle masses, but they hadn't anticipated that this new method was the least important aspect of the entire paper. The preceding content, however, was crucial. The most crucial idea revealed was a multidimensional perspective on elementary particles. Their previous framework for discussing elementary particles had been confined to the third dimension, a limitation inherent in existing theories that prevented them from exploring further dimensions. Now, however, Lin Xiao had successfully integrated a standard model into multidimensional field theory, instantly uniting particles and multidimensionality, enabling them to understand several aspects of the particle world from a multidimensional perspective. For example, this paper addressed how the Higgs mechanism contributes to particle mass. Previously, people only understood the mechanism, not the underlying reason, the fundamental nature of the Higgs mechanism. This paper, using rigorous mathematical methods, demonstrated that this, too, is related to multidimensional space. Furthermore, the paper's discovery, even more astonishingly, revealed the fact that higher dimensions correspond to more particles. Their three-dimensional space possesses more elementary particles than their two-dimensional space, which in turn has more than their one-dimensional space. Similarly, four-dimensional space also has more than their three-dimensional space. The paper's predictions about particles in higher dimensional spaces have astonished all physicists. Doesn't this mean that their tiny Earth civilization, a low-level civilization in the universe unable to even explore their own star system, has managed to peer into higher dimensions with a low-dimensional consciousness? Previously, multidimensional field theory only hinted at the existence of higher dimensions, but now, they have even understood their fundamental components. What if, just what if, there are some less developed civilizations in higher dimensions that haven't yet developed science? Doesn't that mean these higher dimensional civilizations, while still less advanced than their own, understand their own world better than lower dimensional civilizations like them? While this conclusion is bound to be of little practical significance, its significance to human science as a whole is even more significant. Science holds infinite possibilities, as this conclusion has been proven. Everyone couldn't help but think again of the author of this paper, Lin Xiao. Their century was fortunate to have such a genius. The 18th century had Newton, the 19th century had Maxwell, and the 20th century had Einstein. Now, in the 21st century, they finally had a top-tier scientist who could rival their predecessors. Amidst a flood of emotion, scholars everywhere took to the internet and their own social networks to publicize this remarkable achievement. To demonstrate their importance, Physical Review Letters republished a special issue featuring on multidimensional fields and their superposition of states and particles in multidimensional fields. When Einstein published his theory of relativity in the Annals of Physics, it immediately propelled the journal to the pinnacle, becoming the world's premier physics journal. Physical Review Letters was already one of the top physics journals, and now Lin Xiao's 2 papers were published in their journal, allowing them to even remove the "one of" from their title. While this might only be temporary, it clearly held extraordinary significance for them. Even though Lin Xiao didn't publish his papers in Nature and Science, 2 top journals, they still invited top physicists to give lengthy introductions to the 2 papers. Nature even put the multidimensional field theory on the cover of its issue, while Science didn't, and its editorial staff reportedly received a lecture. Time magazine also published a previous interview with Edward Witten, with a headline, "Peering into Higher Dimensions from Lower Dimensions." In short, media outlets around the world once again rushed to report on this new achievement, even gossiping about it to capitalize on the hype. Of course, the reaction in China was even more intense and enthusiastic. Nearly all official media outlets covered the story, proudly proclaiming it to be the Chinese's own theory of relativity. China's own theory of relativity. Chinese mathematician and physicist Lin Xiao reveals the secrets of multidimensional space, a feast for the physics community. Multidimensional field theory. My country emerges another world-class physicist, multidimensional field theory peering into the mysteries of higher and lower dimensions shocking. He published a paper, and it turns out to be. You're kidding. What's this about China's own theory of relativity? Multidimensional field theory is just multidimensional field theory. There's no need to compare it to relativity. At Peking University, Professor Zhang Ren, looking at the headlines of online media reports, shook his head. Multidimensional field theory doesn't need to use relativity to highlight its status. Physicists worldwide understand its importance, and Lin Xiao's second paper, in particular, further reinforces this point. Calculations were performed on 17 particles, and while 3 neutrinos lacked confirmed experimental data, 13 of the other 14 particles were very close to previous measurements. His calculation of the W boson's mass further highlighted discrepancies with previous results. Each of these achievements has astonished the physics community. After all, these particle mass calculations effectively confirm the validity of multidimensional field theory. Therefore, most physicists now believe that the mass of the W boson was indeed an error in their experimental measurements. In short, in the eyes of these physicists, multidimensional field theory is now a theory on par with relativity. Thinking back to the young man who lived downstairs, in the blink of an eye, he transformed from a young master in mathematics to a top physicist who can be compared with the likes of Einstein. Zhang Ren could only sigh at the impermanence of life. Then he looked at his schedule. Oh, it was time to go to class. As a substitute teacher of high-energy physics at the Department of Physics of Kyoto University, he still had to teach undergraduate students. Soon, he arrived at the classroom. Looking at the undergraduates below, even though Zhang Ren was standing at the podium, he could hear many of them discussing multidimensional field theory. He smiled faintly and said, "Today, let's continue our discussion of the Pauli principle." The class soon drew to a close, and Zhang Ren paused. I believe everyone knows what a big thing has happened in the physics community recently, right? Multidimensional field theory, the students exclaimed almost in unison. Zhang Ren smiled. Yes, it's multidimensional field theory. So, let's spend the next moment briefly explaining what multidimensional field theory actually says. Great, the students cheered. Zhang Ren turned around and began writing on the blackboard. Multidimensional field theory proves the existence of multidimensional space. Although the students were still a little confused by Zhang Ren's explanation, they felt a sense of inner satisfaction as they heard his profound conclusions. Finally, so, now we can confirm that different dimensions have different particles, and even higher dimensional particles have an impact on the stability of lower dimensional space. Well, that's all I have to say briefly. Does anyone have any questions? Someone immediately raised their hand. Teacher, does multidimensional field theory mean we can become four-dimensional beings? Not really. It simply tells you that higher dimensional space exists. As for how to connect to higher dimensions, there's currently no theoretical support. Teacher, is Lin Xiao now a world-class physicist? Zhang Ren smiled. Basically, I'd say yes. Wow, all the students couldn't help but exclaim. Chapter 193 The Interests Behind. Looking at the admiring faces of the students below, Zhang Ren smiled. Perhaps he was being too conservative. Lin Xiao's 2 papers had brought a brand new theory to their world. Or perhaps, this should be called a miracle year. Yes, this was a miracle year. Because only a miracle year could describe the birth of such a great theory. Looking at the enthusiastically discussing students below, Zhang Ren said as if to show off, by the way, I forgot to tell you that Lin Xiao and I were neighbors living in the same building. He used to visit my house often. Hearing Zhang Ren say this, the students below immediately showed surprised expressions. Wow! Is it that good? Is this true? How can I lie to you? Zhang Ren said with a smile. Looking at the envious expressions of these students, although he was a professor, he still felt strangely refreshed at this moment. Seeing Zhang Ren confirming once again, these students immediately asked questions one after another. Teacher, what is Master Lin like in private? Teacher, I heard that Master Lin studies all day long. Is that true, teacher? Zhang Ren replied with a smile. He must be studying very seriously. If you want to be as outstanding as him, you should also learn this. As for his usual life, actually, your senior Lin likes cats very much. In the words of you young people, he is probably a cat slave. Hearing what Zhang Ren said, these students all showed surprised expressions. They didn't expect that the person they admired had such a hobby. The girls, in particular, burst into discussion. Master Lin likes cats. He must be a gentle person, right? Of course he is. What kind of cat do you think Master Lin has? A ragdoll? Kazin, how do you know? I used to tutor Professor Zhang's granddaughter, and I met one. His ragdoll is called Mimi, and I even petted it. Wow. Really? I've never heard you mention it before. Nothing much to say. Zhang Ren smiled at his students' expressions. Just then, the bell rang, and he said, "Okay, that's it for this class. If there's a chance in the future, I'll invite Lin Xiao to come and give you a lesson." How about that? Great, the whole class cheered. Long live Teacher Zhang. Teacher Zhang is a man of character. Zhang Ren shook his head with a smile and left the classroom. He soon returned to his office. Oh, I wonder how Mr. Yang is doing now. He must be very happy to hear this news. Suddenly thinking of this, Zhang Ren took out his phone, intending to call Mr. Yang. However, when the call was connected, it turned out to be Mr. Yang's secretary, saying that Mr. Yang was being interviewed about Lin Xiao. Zhang Ren couldn't help but smile at this news. Indeed, the media's instincts made it seem natural to interview Mr. Yang. After all, Mr. Yang had originally said that Lin Xiao could fill the talent gap and shortage in China's physics community. And Lin Xiao had lived up to Mr. Yang's expectations. In less than 2 years, Lin Xiao had already become a world-leading scholar in physics. With him alone, that was enough. Mr. Yang's earlier concerns were no longer a concern. Even if China built the CEPC in the future, as long as Lin Xiao was there, even if high-energy physicists from other countries came, they wouldn't have to worry about their work being used as a gift to foreigners. This is the role of a top physicist. Lin Xiao's second paper, Particles in Multidimensional Fields, in particular, solidified his position in the field of particle physics. Currently, among living scientists, the only physicists who can rival Lin Xiao's stature are probably Professor Yang, Higgs, and Edward Witten. Even in terms of achievements, Lin Xiao is far superior. It seems that in 5 or 6 years, if the CEPC is truly completed, I'll have to help that kid Lin Xiao. Zhang Ren couldn't help but chuckle at the thought. Of course, he was still looking forward to that day. However, this thought also made him ponder. The CEPC was developed under the auspices of the Institute of High Energy Physics of the Huazhong University of Science and Technology. Would Lin Xiao truly be able to exert his influence on the CEPC? Academician Wang, maybe we'll all be helping that young man in the future. In an office at the Institute of High Energy Physics of the Huazhong University of Science and Technology, 2 middle-aged and elderly people were talking. Academician Wang Yi, is the director of the Institute of High Energy Physics and holds a pivotal position in China's modern high-energy physics community. For example, he designed and led the Diabei nuclear reactor neutrino experiment. He also initiated the concept of the CEPC and applied for central funding for its construction. The person who had just spoken was Fan Min, the deputy director of the Institute of High Energy Physics. Upon hearing Fan Min's words, Wang Yi's face turned cold. I proposed this idea back in 2012 and participated in almost all of the CEPC's design. I've been lobbying for funding, and even had to work for 6 or 7 years to get it built. And you tell me, by then, our harvest will have been taken away by someone else. The entire Institute of High Energy Physics was unanimous in its support for the CEPC, and Wang Yi played a crucial role in this. Without his tireless efforts, approval from higher authorities would have been difficult to come by. And there was a reason for their dedication to the CEPC. After all, that's tens of billions of dollars in funding, and it's something that will allow them to occupy a pivotal position in the future world. As the proponents of the CEPC, while it's nominally owned by the state, it will ultimately be led by their Institute of High Energy Physics. This will significantly boost their academic standing, potentially even producing countless academicians. So, of course, they want to vigorously develop it. They also believe it's a good thing for both the country and the people, attracting countless world-class physicists. Just like the Large Hadron Collider in Europe, it's practically home to countless high-energy physicists and boosting physics education in the area. If they can build the CEPC, wouldn't it also attract many physicists to China, boosting physics education there? However, to their surprise, Professor Yang directly expressed his disapproval online. Apparently, Professor Yang's advice had some influence at the top, dragging the project from 2016 to 2018. Finally, at the end of 2018, thanks to their persistence, the project was approved. However, The original budget of over 100 billion yuan was temporarily adjusted to 40 billion yuan, and further funding would be determined after the project's completion. This naturally left them with little affection for Professor Yang, and they often spoke ill of him behind his back. For example, when Professor Yang publicly stated that with Lin Xiao, there would be no need to worry about a shortage of physics talent, they privately mocked him. While they admired Lin Xiao's mathematical achievements, they were still too far removed from their own field of high-energy physics. High-energy physics is an experimental science, and just because you're good at mathematics doesn't guarantee you'll play a significant role in it. Therefore, they didn't worry about a top physicist emerging in the future to compete with them for control of CEPC. Eventually, they stopped paying attention to the matter. Although they later heard of Lin Xiao's other astonishing achievements in mathematics and chemistry, they didn't care about those things anymore. After all, they had nothing to do with physics. Even if it did, they wouldn't worry. After all, Lin Xiao's achievement in physics wouldn't instantly make him a top physicist and win the Nobel Prize in Physics. Without that kind of talent, he couldn't even dream of taking their cake. At most, he'd be a researcher at their institute. However, something unexpected happened. What seemed to them the most unlikely thing happened. Lin Xiao actually achieved such a top-notch physics result, with a real chance of winning the Nobel Prize in Physics. This was something they had never imagined. Just look at it. Multidimensional field theory. It sounds so physically meaningful, comparable to relativity and quantum mechanics, and indeed, it is. Faced with this situation, they all felt a sense of pressure. Fan Min sighed and said, this Lin Xiao, I don't know what's wrong with his brain. He's so good at math and physics. Is he the reincarnation of Newton? Alright, stop talking, Wang Yi snorted. Why are you talking nonsense? I want to see if he really dares to come and compete with us. If he does, I'll risk my reputation and make a fuss to the higher-ups. Besides, I, Wang Yi, have devoted so many years to CEPC. If the higher-ups just let that young man ride on my head, that would be a bit unfair. Hearing Wang Yi's words, Fan Min shook his head. If he wants it, do you think they'll refuse? Even if they don't ride on your head, they'll be on equal footing with you. Wang Yi didn't respond. Fan Min then said, I'll think of a way later. Who knows, maybe he won't return to China in the future. Don't mess around, Wang Yi said. I definitely won't mess around, Fan Min smiled. Chapter 194 Detractors. West of Geneva, Switzerland, on the border with France, lies the site of the Large Hadron Collider, LHC, the largest particle accelerator at CERN. The LHC, while called large, is indeed enormous. Before 2010, the world's largest particle accelerator was the Tevatron at Fermilab in the United States. Its circumference was 6.28 kilometers. After 2010, the LHC was successfully constructed, and its ultra-long track, with a circumference of 27 kilometers, surpassed the Tevatron as the largest collider. A 27-kilometer circle is undoubtedly enormous, occupying an area of over 50 square kilometers, making it one of the largest structures in the world. Perhaps only the Great Wall of China could surpass it in length. At this moment, inside the LHC, a group of people were touring this technologically advanced structure, and among them, Lin Xiao was at the head. He had come to the LHC to discuss his earlier proposal to recalculate the mass of the W boson. Under his instigation, the W boson mass recalculation project was established. It was hosted by CERN, with funding and facilities provided by CERN. Of course, this was also CERN's mission, to facilitate research in high-energy physics. This was its purpose. The importance of Lin Xiao's project goes without saying, and CERN naturally offered its full support. As for the overall leader of this project, it was naturally Lin Xiao, who has now become a key CERN collaborator. Naturally, many high-energy physicists in Europe, unwilling to miss out on such an important undertaking, have joined the effort. The project now has over 500 members, excluding CERN graduate students and interns, and includes over 100 leading high-energy physicists. This is clearly a formidable team, and their project deserves such a large participation. Recalculating the W boson mass has always been a major issue in high-energy physics research. This is because the W boson decays extremely quickly, at a rate of approximately 1/1,000,000th of a second. Directly measuring its mass in such a short time is obviously quite difficult. They can't even observe the W boson directly. They can only calculate its mass through the products of its decay, that is, by measuring the position and momentum of these particles. Regardless, there are considerable difficulties, which involve factors such as their calculation methods, software algorithms, and data collection and processing methods. Of course, it also has something to do with a collider, because if the collider's collision energy is higher, more W bosons can be produced in a single collision. More W bosons means more data, which is beneficial to the accuracy of their subsequent calculations. But obviously, their LHC is currently unusable and is still undergoing upgrades and maintenance, so they can only use past data for calculations, which means they need to modify their calculation methods, software algorithms, data collection and processing methods, etc. Undoubtedly, this has a lot to do with mathematics. As for Lin Xiao, arguably one of the greatest mathematicians of our time, the physicists who came to assist him had great faith in him. With his aptitude for physics and mathematics, perhaps he could actually help them accurately measure the mass of the W boson? Everyone held high hopes for this. Of course, their project wasn't rushed to begin. For Lin Xiao, this was his first time at the LHC, so he took a curious tour inside. The LHC, located 100 meters underground, was vast, resembling a subterranean shelter from apocalyptic movies housing all of humanity. However, the interior wasn't as cluttered as a shelter. The interior was brightly lit, with a wide pipe running through the center. Staff members were monitoring the situation, and more pipes were nearby. This wide pipe was the heart of the LHC, a narrow tube filled with niobium titanium alloy wires. Niobium titanium alloy is currently the most economical superconductor, capable of reaching a superconducting state at the temperature of liquid helium. It's common for particle accelerators to use superconductors to enhance their magnetic fields. Of course, this comes with significant costs. After all, the energy required to reduce the entire 20-kilometer-long superconductor to a superconducting state is a staggering expense. Over 400 tons of liquid nitrogen are required. After each collision, it takes over 4 months for the liquid nitrogen to return to room temperature before it can be released. Looking at these things, Lin Xiao couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This thing is perhaps a modern-day miracle, isn't it? It's imbued with a sense of technology, perhaps the reason so many physicists stay here. Lin, how are you? CERN President Fabiola Gennady asked with a smile. Lin Xiao smiled and said, very impressive. If you are willing, we would also like to invite you to become our lifelong chief scientist. We did not set up this position before, Gennady said. You will be able to enjoy a lot of things by then. We are willing to provide you with an annual salary of 5 million euros and 10 million euros in research funds. If you have any important projects, we can also try our best to meet your requirements. Any requirements, I just need you to stay here. As you know, we are planning to build a larger accelerator, the Future Circular Collider. It is also led by our CERN. Its maximum total collision energy will be as high as 16.7 GJ, which is 30 times that of the LHC. When it is built, this huge, energy-filled super collider will be dominated by you at that time. Stay here. No need to join citizenship or something, Lin Xiao said jokingly. We won't force you. Of course, if you're willing, we in Europe would welcome you, Lin Xiao smiled and said, the Future Circular Collider is too far off. I'm afraid it will have to wait until I'm in my 50s. The CEPC that China plans to build is much closer to me. Besides, I'm Chinese, and I still hope to return to my homeland. Wouldn't you consider it? Fabiola Gennady said sincerely. I heard that there's been a lot of slander against you online in China lately. They don't value you like this, so why bother going back? Lin Xiao was silent for a moment. Indeed, many voices slandering him had appeared online in China. These voices seemed to appear out of nowhere, simply accusing him of staying abroad and not returning, hurling insults at him. Some even went so far as to send him direct private messages. But after a quick analysis, he easily guessed that this was organized by someone else. This puzzled him. He hadn't done anything yet, just published 2 papers and gained a reputation. Could this have infringed on the interests of others? Regardless, the facts were established, and he couldn't help but return. At least, he still had a considerable number of supporters. Besides, they resorted to such despicable tactics, perhaps hoping to prevent him from returning? Then he had to return, making things difficult for those people. He then said, society is complex, and China is no different. Just don't dwell on things like this, okay? Gennady said. You Chinese are the ones I don't understand the most. You always want to return to your homeland. We find it hard to understand. Here, we go wherever the best offers are." Lin Xiao shook his head and said, "Aren't there quite a few Chinese who remain abroad, too? It's just that more people are willing to return, but that's different from what we think. Is it a cultural difference?" Like Yang, Lin Xiao smiled and said, "Perhaps, it was indeed a cultural difference that better illustrated the point. Regardless, there are still quite a few people willing to return to China, at least at a higher rate than in other countries. Just like European talent who go to the United States are significantly more likely to stay there." "Okay, I've finished my review. Let's go back now. Our project officially begins tomorrow," Lin Xiao said. "Okay," Gennady nodded. Then, they left and returned to the research center above ground, where they would prepare to begin their project tomorrow. In a small rental apartment in Shangjing, China, a man was browsing online on his computer. If Lin Xiao were there, he would definitely recognize him as Kong Huan. Kong Huan is currently the top student in the computer science department at Shangjing University. He has also started his own company, leveraging his computer skills to accept various outsourcing projects. He has become well known in the industry, with any single contract commanding six-figure salaries. Major companies are offering him millions of dollars in equity incentives. His family no longer discourages him, but instead is proud of his achievements. Besides this, he was secretly the leader of the recently rising hacker community's shadow organization. His codename was Terror, and he was even more respected within the hacker community. However, despite having been a true winner in life, he now wore a look of indignation. This indignation naturally stemmed from the irritating, even somewhat offensive, words he'd heard on screen. "Why are you saying so much? I don't know why you're praising someone like that. He's famous overseas. Do you think he'll ever come back? That's hilarious." Returning to Lin Xiao, "If he doesn't return to China, I'll just call him Lin%. Stop bragging, stop bragging. What about Einstein and Newton? Do you think they'll pay you for all that? Are you trying to emulate that old guy named Yang, who made contributions abroad in his youth and returned to China in his old age as old Yang?" Kong Huan was filled with anger at these comments. Although he didn't keep in touch with Lin Xiao often, only occasionally, he always considered him his benefactor and his only friend. He had originally asked Lin Xiao to download software to prevent hackers, and over the years, he had indeed helped Lin Xiao intercept several intrusions or data surveillance. A scientist like Lin Xiao, with all his data, would naturally attract attention. For example, the software he used was very capable of collecting all his data. Similarly, some foreign forces had also launched intrusions into his computer. All of these were blocked by Kong Huan's original software. Even if he couldn't stop it, he would have taken action himself. Some time ago, he heard that Lin Xiao had become famous in the physics community, and he was happy for Lin Xiao. However, seeing the deliberate slander against Lin Xiao online, he was very angry. Then, he logged onto the web and entered a website that he had originally given Lin Xiao. He then posted a message there: "Reward, find the person who is slandering Lin Xiao online, and the person behind it." Chapter 195, Bah. Disgusting. Several weeks passed. In Kong Huan's room, he was browsing the website he had built, reading the private messages he had received. These messages contained the names, addresses, and phone numbers of strangers. A few weeks ago, after Kong Huan had issued a bounty, members of his shadowy organization quickly responded, investigating those who were specifically slandering Lin Xiao behind his back. However, most of these individuals were trolls, ultimately pointing to a few online troll companies. Once these companies were investigated, their identities were often useless, as they too had no idea who was hiring them. Consequently, Kong Huan hadn't received any useful information. As for why these trolls would accept such commissions, didn't they feel it would harm the future of their country? Kong Huan hadn't given it a second thought. For these trolls, these social scum, they were content with the money. As for harming the nation, they probably never cared, perhaps even taking it in stride, just as they had clearly never considered the feelings of others when they were hired to damage the reputation of others. Perhaps they were hired by foreign forces to spread slanderous online rumors against their country. Kong Huan had no choice but to investigate these ruthless individuals. He simply investigated the profiles and reported any past rumors that constituted illegal activity to one of his uncles. His uncle worked at the Ministry of Public Security and had a close relationship with his family. He was especially cordial with Kong Huan and had assisted him in his requests. However, there was no immediate solution for those who slandered Lin Xiao online. Their posts weren't rumors, just insults. Furthermore, some of them were likely unable to discern the truth and were being manipulated by the real troll army, a group of online trolls. Arresting people simply for online insults would not only put pressure on the internet authorities, but would also create significant online pressure on them. Therefore, Kong Huan chose not to bother with his uncle. His priority now was to identify the individuals behind these online trolls. Such hiring and directing was illegal. Although he hadn't received any useful information yet, Kong Huan wasn't anxious. He still had plenty of time, anyway. He could deal with that guy before Lin Xiao returned and consider it a gift to Lin Xiao. A faint smile crossed his face at the thought. He wondered how Lin Xiao was doing in Europe. He hadn't told Lin Xiao about all the things he'd been doing behind the scenes, keeping it secret. This was all he could do, considering Lin Xiao his only friend. After all, he couldn't offer any assistance to Lin Xiao's research. Without dwelling on it, he continued to read the private messages in the background. However, one message caught his attention. The suspected mastermind. Director of the Institute of High Energy Physics, Wang Yi, he raised his eyebrows at this. Finally, a piece of useful information. The Institute of High Energy Physics seemed to be connected to Lin Xiao. After all, the physics theories Lin Xiao was currently working on were related to high energy physics. Colleagues are enemies. Perhaps Lin Xiao was affecting the interests of the Institute of High Energy Physics? Kong Huan's distinguished family background sometimes allowed him to easily glean insights unknown to ordinary people, such as conflicts of interest within academia, which were particularly common. So he clicked on the private message and read it. However, the message offered no concrete evidence, merely inferences. Of course, inferences were sufficient. For them, a logical and reasonable inference could sometimes be all they needed to grasp the ultimate clue. Could the CEPC, led by the Institute of High Energy Physics, be causing a conflict of interest with Lin Xiao? After Lin Xiao returns to China, he might compete with the director of the Institute of High Energy Physics for control of the CEPC? So, the Institute of High Energy Physics is very likely to do something like this. Looking at the news, Kong Huan reasoned that this was indeed a possibility. The message also mentioned that Professor Yang had once believed that Lin Xiao could fill a talent gap in China's physics community, not to mention the conflict between Professor Yang and the Institute of High Energy Physics. All in all, these inferences were quite plausible. Later, the person even uncovered CEPC's recent expenditures, one of which was for internet-related expenses. While the information claimed to be for online promotion of CEPC, the amount spent was clearly questionable, leading to the suspicion that this portion of the expenditure was used to hire a cyber army. Is it really the director? Kong Huan wondered. The inference was well-founded and convincing, but it was still just speculation. Of course, he could also try to hack into the director's computer or phone to directly investigate, but that was too risky. The director was an academician, and who knew how rigorously the government protected the information of such individuals. Even he didn't know. If discovered, the consequences would be severe, potentially even accusations of being a spy. This was why the person only provided a clue and didn't directly provide any evidence. This concern must have been a factor. However, Kong Huan pondered for a moment, and a thought struck him. While it was possible that Wang Yi had been behind this, perhaps someone else within the institute was responsible? After all, for them, this was a matter of shared success and shared loss. A project as massive as CEPC could produce countless academicians, and if Lin Xiao and them were to compete for control of CEPC, it could potentially impact the selection of some academicians. So, if it was truly Wang Yi who was responsible, he likely communicated with others within the institute. Kong Huan only needed to investigate those others, and perhaps he could uncover clues. As for those non-academicians, such as the deputy directors, Kong Huan wasn't as worried. They weren't academicians, and the Institute of High Energy Physics wasn't a major institution like a National Defense Research Institute, it was more of a basic science institute. Therefore, there wasn't any concern about these non-academicians having any kind of information protection. Furthermore, Kong Huan was doing this for Lin Xiao. He was willing to take risks if it meant helping him. He then checked the deputy director's information and, based on alphabetical order, identified his first target, Fan Minimum, after 5. Looking at the various profiles of the first target, including those Fan Min had previously contacted in his activities, he couldn't uncover the source of funds. Bank security had been significantly strengthened compared to a few years ago, making it incredibly difficult to investigate. Furthermore, hackers weren't omnipotent. Kong Huan's achievements were already difficult enough. Some of the information he obtained wasn't obtained through hacking at all, but rather through his connections, his wealthy family, and his extensive background. Hilarious incidents like hackers bribing security guards to disconnect network cables, misleading businesses into believing they had been hacked, weren't unheard of. However, the information he had gathered was sufficient. Kong Huan hadn't anticipated that the first person he'd investigated would be his target. From the information he had, he could confirm that Fan Min had hired a network of trolls to spread the news that Lin Xiao was abroad and unable to return home, creating a wave of public opinion. This publicity then fueled the outrage among unsophisticated netizens, ultimately lowering Lin Xiao's public image. As for the hiring, Fan Min was the sole perpetrator, without anyone else's instructions. He also didn't mention it to the institute's director, Wang Yi. It seems Wang Yi even asked Fan Min if he was behind the online trolling of Lin Xiao, but Fan Min denied it. Therefore, Fan Min was the only person who knew about this matter. His motives were unknown, and Kong Huan hadn't investigated them either. He only suspected that they were trying to dissuade Lin Xiao from returning. If that was the reason, it was truly infuriating. Who didn't know what Lin Xiao meant to China? To drive away a top scientist through such despicable means would be a tragedy for the entire nation. Even Kong Huan wanted to punch that person. And now, judging by Kong Huan's deduction, it was very likely that Fan Min had this very intention. Unforgivable, anger flashed in his eyes. He then logged onto his shadow website once again and published the investigative materials, captioning it, "Let this person become famous." He didn't have any trolls, but everyone in the shadow organization was his. Spreading this kind of information online was too easy for computer experts like them. Furthermore, unlike those who were driven solely by profit and had no moral compass, his trolls had faith and a code of conduct. They all knew Lin Xiao's significance to China, which was why so many people had turned up to investigate the bounty he issued last time. He was also confident that many would volunteer for this new task as well. In short, this Fan Min would soon become famous. Around the next day, many Chinese social media platforms began discussing the same incident. It was about Fan Min, deputy director of the Institute of High Energy Physics at the Chinese Academy of Sciences, who had hired online trolls to slander and insult top physicist Lin Xiao. Suddenly, the public was outraged. I never thought such a person existed. Is he trying to destroy Chinese science? We finally have a scientist of this caliber, and yet they hire cyber trolls to do this? Ugh, disgusting, 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 and the deputy director of the Institute of High Energy Physics? In one word, disgusting. Chapter 196, the crowd is excited. If everyone in our scientific community is like this, then we should just accept our fate and forget about catching up with Europe and the US. I'm shocked. Such people and such things exist. It's simply unimaginable. Lin Xiao is a world-class mathematician, a top physicist, and even a first-rate materialist. And yet he's trying to frame him? What's he thinking? Is he trying to drive him out? He's a true pest to the nation, so this is the quality of a deputy director of a key research institute at the Huazhong University of Science and Technology? It's truly worrying. Hey, everyone, stop cursing. How about this? He just drinks 3 glasses of wine and apologizes to everyone. Doge. This sudden news spread quickly and widely, reaching QQ groups, WeChat groups, Weibo trending searches, Zhihu, Tiba, Hupu, and every other platform. Even by the time the Huazhong University of Science and Technology learned of the news and tried to control the comments, it was too late. Of course, this was also because the incident had infuriated every Chinese citizen. If a scientist who could truly be considered the pride of China chose not to return to China amidst such slander, everyone would be filled with regret. If one had to use a historical event to illustrate this point, it would probably be the relationship between Qin Wei and Yu Fei. And when this historical event was brought up online, it was quickly appropriated, with everyone claiming Fan Min was a modern-day Qin Wei. After all, his actions were fundamentally no different from Qin Wei's. Amidst this public outcry, the Institute of High Energy Physics of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, a core institution, was naturally thrown into a state of panic. Fan Min. I warned you not to do such a thing. Now you're doing it secretly, in the shadows, and using our CEPC funding to do it. Are you trying to destroy the entire Institute of High Energy Physics? Destroy it. Destroy its reputation. In the office, Wang Yi glared at Fan Min with indignation. He hadn't expected Fan Min to do such a thing. Competition in their academic world relies on either skill or connections, but resorting to such petty tactics completely violates the rules, not to mention being discovered. Their entire Institute of High Energy Physics has become a national target. Think about it, they used to proudly introduce themselves to others as being from the Institute of High Energy Physics. After all, physics considers itself at the top of the hierarchy, alongside mathematics. But now, they're too embarrassed to introduce themselves that way, fearing people might ask, "Oh, you're the one who slandered Lin Xiao." As the institute's director, Wang Yi felt like he was sitting in his office, facing a sudden catastrophe. Meanwhile, Fan Min sat pale in the seat next to him, his eyes fixed on the ceiling. He held a cigarette in one hand, the butt nearly burning through the filter, sending ash all over him. He remained motionless at Wang Yi's words, as if dead. Fan Min, seeing him like this, Wang Yi was furious. "Don't be silent, damn it. Answer me." Fan Min lowered his head, a wry smile on his face. "Academician Wang, what else can I say? I've been exposed." "So be it." Just then, there was a knock on the office door. Wang Yi frowned and said, "Who?" From the Public Security Bureau. Wang Yi was stunned, then glanced deeply at Fan Min beside him, then said, "Come in." Several police officers walked in. Upon seeing Wang Yi, they saluted and said, "Hello, Academician Wang." They then walked up to Fan Min and said, "Fan Min, you hired and instructed others to spread slanderous and insulting content online, which caused a major public outcry. We have evidence, so please come with us for questioning." Fan Min looked up at the police officers. He could see the deep disgust in their eyes. What he had done had truly instilled hatred in him across the country. He still hasn't understood why his actions became known and posted online, but it's no use dwelling on them now. Accepting justice is the next step for him. This incident began and ended quickly. The higher authorities issued a directive for a swift conclusion to the case, and within a month, the verdict was announced. The law is just. While hiring trolls to insult and slander others is a crime, it's not a serious one. Therefore, Fan Min received less than a year in prison, and since it was his first offense, he received a suspended sentence. This verdict left many Chinese netizens feeling deeply disappointed, some even suggesting he should be charged with endangering national security. Of course, for those within the institute, Fan Min's loss of his position within the Institute of High Energy Physics was the most significant punishment. A 40-year-old scientist, once a researcher, now without a research position, and unlikely to find any related work in the future, this is undoubtedly a devastating blow to his life. Even if his sentence is mild and he receives suspended sentence, his future will undoubtedly be no different from a prison sentence. Of course, no one felt pity for him, everyone hated him. To use such means to frame a rare genius scientist in China was simply unforgivable. Consequently, Fan Min's close friends, and even some of his family, turned a blind eye to him, even blocking him. Beyond Fan Min, this incident also revealed a hidden message: Lin Xiao's protection. Fan Min's rise to fame and imprisonment took less than a month, a remarkable speed compared to cases that often take 3 to 4 months, or even a year or two. This was also due to Fan Min's decision not to appeal. The swift closure of the case clearly demonstrated that someone was paying close attention. This served as a warning to other scheming individuals, refraining from attempting to undermine their most proud scientist. This warning proved effective, as the internet became increasingly obscured by those deliberately trying to discredit Lin Xiao. While rare, it also demonstrated that such attacks still existed. "These people are truly foolish," Kong Huan frowned as he observed the few online comments still insulting Lin Xiao. Clearly, there was no way to eradicate this situation. Once the trend was established, it was naturally impossible to completely eliminate it. However, achieving this point was enough. "My mission is accomplished." He closed all messages and deleted all the information he had collected over the past few days. He looked out the window. He hoped Lin Xiao would return home soon. It just so happened that he had an idea he needed Lin Xiao's help with, so he decided to prepare for it. Deputy Director of the Institute of High Energy Physics, Lin Xiao was stunned when he heard the news. For so long, he had been completely absorbed in his work, so he hadn't paid attention to any outside news. Not to mention those back home who were specifically targeting him. He had no interest in paying attention to such matters. But just now, a friend he had met here told him about this matter. Yet, this guy named Fan Min is so despicable. The friend he knew was standing in front of him, with a look of indignation on his face, and a photo of Fan Min was displayed on his mobile phone. It was the kind of photo where he was attending a meeting in a suit and tie, sitting upright. Look, this guy looks like a decent man. After all, he is still a scientist, but he actually does this kind of thing. He is so shameless, I'm telling you. Lin Xiao, don't be angry for such people. Lin Xiao smiled and said, there's nothing to be angry about. I haven't paid attention to this matter, that's good. It would be bad if your anger affected our project. Lin Xiao smiled and said, speaking of our project, I remember that your group is responsible for statistics on the momentum of muons. Is it done now? Well, we should combine work and rest. I just want to go to the lounge for a cup of coffee. Do you want to join us? Lin Xiao waved his hand. No. Okay, then I'll go first. He watched his friend leave. His name was Suda. He had studied undergraduate at Modern University and graduate school at ETH Zurich, primarily in physics. He completed his PhD at the age of 26 and began his postdoctoral career at CERN. Now a junior researcher at CERN, he had graduated from the trainee position. At only 28, he was considered young among the junior researchers at the LHC. After all, a junior researcher here was equivalent to a tenured researcher. Of course, leaving aside Suda's case for now, Lin Xiao revisited the online chatter in China and shook his head. These people were truly incomprehensible. What was their motivation? He had previously suspected that this was more likely the work of foreign forces, but he hadn't expected it to be someone domestic, even the deputy director of the Institute of High Energy Physics. He made a rough guess and quickly concluded that it might be related to the CEPC. Did Elder Yang's initial words raise these people's alarm? But had they considered that he no longer cared about whether he could lead the CEPC? Now he has predicted that they still have several particles that they have not discovered, and these particles are very likely to be the gravitons and magnetic monopoles they guessed in the past, as well as a kind of supersymmetric particle. In addition, there is another brand new particle that they have never guessed before. And there is no doubt about the correctness of the multidimensional field theory, so the future high-energy physics community will develop to verify his theory. Just like the Higgs boson, whether it is the LHC, the CEPC, or the future circular collider that Europe plans to build in a few decades, they are all for the purpose of better searching for the Higgs boson. And now they have another major task, which is to verify his standard model of multidimensional field theory. Particle accelerators all over the world are aimed at verifying his theory, so does he still need to care about a CEPC? It's so small, he shook his head, he still had his own things to do. He has gradually got an idea of measuring the mass of the W boson. I will resume posting 3 updates the day after tomorrow. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 197 Solving the Noise. Chaotic System. Sterling, send me all the particle trajectories from the past 10 years. In a spacious laboratory, filled with computers, hundreds of researchers were working on their own research. Lin Xiao, seated at the head of the group, called out to a researcher below him. This researcher was a support staff member assigned to him by CERN. Of course, it wasn't just one person, but a team of 9. These 9 people were responsible for meeting Lin Xiao's daily needs during his project, such as the research tasks he assigned, as well as his daily needs, like shopping and running errands. Of course, they were all very happy to work under Lin Xiao. After all, who wouldn't idolize Lin Xiao these days? Especially since these researchers were generally young. The researcher named Sterling quickly replied, "Okay." Lin Xiao then turned his gaze to the computer. Files were quickly received, one after another. He imported them into the GN4 Monte Carlo simulation software, and a 3-dimensional image appeared on it, showing a particle. Pressing the simulation button next to it revealed what the particles would look like after a collision. This data comes from every collision since the LHC was built. Over the past decade, hundreds of millions of collisions have produced a wealth of data. However, when Lin Xiao looked at this data, although it seemed somewhat chaotic, and the fragmentation of particles after collisions made the situation even more complicated. With his 4.95% brain development, this complexity seemed trivial. He could directly construct a collision function from these images in his mind. Based on existing data, it is estimated that these hundreds of millions of collisions produced very few W bosons, only a few 100,000 or even tens of thousands. Furthermore, the W boson is difficult to observe, so the small number of W bosons produced poses a significant obstacle to measuring its mass. Previously, we could only deduce the mass of the W boson based on its decay products, which would inevitably lead to significant inaccuracies. But what if we could directly screen for W bosons? Lin Xiao pondered. The W boson decays very quickly, disappearing within a trillionth of a second of its creation. This is the primary reason why observations are difficult. However, if they could capture the trajectory and energy range of the W boson over a large area, it would be a significant aid in measuring its mass. Perhaps even a crucial aid. Measuring from the products of the W boson inevitably introduces errors. Other particles don't have this problem because they exist for much longer periods of time. Even a billionth of a second is 10,000 times longer than a W boson's. Furthermore, these particles are incredibly fast, allowing them to trace long trajectories even in a billionth of a second, making them easy to observe. It's not impossible to find them. Actually, Lin Xiao looked at the various trajectories on the screen, his brows raised slightly. Many of them were extremely short, and one might be the trace of a W boson. Furthermore, many of these short traces were simply noise. For example, the influence of various electromagnetic waves, such as radio electromagnetic noise, can introduce significant noise into their experimental data. Electromagnetic waves carry energy, and when these invisible waves are picked up by the particle collider's sensors, they appear as seemingly inexplicable paths and energy waves on the computer screen. This is why the LHC is built underground. However, even with this location, dealing with these invisible electromagnetic waves still presents challenges, and the influence of the Earth's magnetic field is also significant. Furthermore, the particle collider's orbit may contain impurities, such as various molecules in the air. When protons and antiprotons collide, they might collide with a nitrogen molecule, leading to inexplicable artifacts in the final data. After all, a perfect vacuum is impossible on Earth. Furthermore, thermal radiation generated by the ambient temperature, another type of electromagnetic wave, can also affect measurement accuracy. Therefore, with so many interferences affecting experimental accuracy, scientists have proposed building a particle collider on the Moon. Unlike Earth, the Moon lacks the abundance of electromagnetic waves, a stellar magnetic field, and even less gravity. Combined with a low temperature and vacuum environment, it's naturally the ideal location for a particle collider. However, building a particle collider on the Moon isn't something they can consider right now. Lin Xiao has a three-step plan in mind. First, find a way to deal with the various noises. Second, create trajectory and wave functions for the W boson, then input them into software to find matching trajectories and energy peaks. Third, determine the mass of the W boson based on the traces it directly detects. At this thought, Lin Xiao's eyes lit up. It's feasible. Let's start with various radio electromagnetic waves. Then he called out, "Sterling, help me check the electromagnetic spectrum of all the nearby signal towers." Sterling, who was sitting across from him, asked, "Why are you checking that? I need to try to eliminate the electromagnetic noise first," Lin Xiao replied. Everyone present was a little surprised by Lin Xiao's words. Solving the noise problem? They had certainly thought about it and had worked on it in the past, optimizing algorithms and data processing, practically installing a Faraday cage. But their capabilities were still limited. After all, this was a problem that fell squarely into the realm of chaotic systems. Addressing it effectively wasn't difficult, but extremely difficult. And now Lin Xiao was actually saying he was going to solve it? "Are you sure?" Sterling couldn't help but ask. "Yes," Lin Xiao nodded, smiling. "Don't you all think this noise is really annoying?" Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. It was indeed annoying, but what could they do? Since they couldn't solve it, they'd just have to put up with it. Previous experimental results typically have confidence intervals, just like the results they're measuring now, which range from plus or minus the standard deviation. These radio waves offer a significant range for these intervals. However, considering Lin Xiao's mathematical prowess, None of them are qualified to deny his ability. They can only hope that Lin Xiao can pull it off. If he can, it would not only benefit their research, but also particle accelerator researchers worldwide, as it would allow them to better manage this noise, creating a more quiet environment for their research. Unconsciously, everyone's anticipation grew. However, what they didn't anticipate was that Lin Xiao wasn't just interested in addressing radio waves, he also wanted to account for the effects of impurities, ambient thermal radiation, and even the Earth's magnetic field. Lin Xiao hadn't intended to tell them about this, waiting to surprise them later. Time passed quickly. In Lin Xiao's residence, the accommodation CERN had arranged for him was different from his dorm at the École Normale Supérieure in Paris. It was a small villa with a beautiful view and quite close to the nearby city, a mere 10-minute drive away. He was currently working at his desk in his study. His research, naturally, was on methods for processing radio electromagnetic waves. So far, he had achieved some success. One thing was clear about this chaotic system: it wasn't chaotic relative to the true nature of the universe. The concept of Laplace's demon could be used to understand this. Of course, it needed to be an evolved Laplace's demon, one that understood quantum mechanics and relativity. As long as we knew the state of each element in this chaotic system, we could use various theories to predict its future state. Of course, at this point, it was too early to develop a modern version of Laplace's demon. However, one thing was certain about the chaotic system Lin Xiao was dealing with: these chaotic elements were all electromagnetic waves. This shared nature would allow him to find a way to process them. But there are still difficulties, Lin Xiao said, frowning slightly as he looked at the extremely complex formula he had written down. He needed to find a way to better handle this situation. However, just then, his phone suddenly rang. He glanced at the caller. It was Elizabeth Marcia, a British woman among his 9 researchers. Brexit hadn't stopped British people from coming to CERN. Elizabeth Marcia herself had graduated from Cambridge University's Department of Physics, a prestigious university. Lin Xiao answered the phone and said, "Marcia, what's going on, Lin? The collision track for the first zone has been measured based on the radius of the wall. Can I send it to you now?" "Sure," Lin Xiao said. "Okay. Oh, by the way, Nigel Lockyer, the director of Fermilab, and a few other old men are here. They want to see you. Do you want me to take you to headquarters, old men?" "Don't let them know about that." Lin Xiao couldn't help but laugh. Then he asked, "But why did those Fermilab people suddenly come to see me?" "Probably to gather military intelligence," Elizabeth Marcia replied. Lin Xiao asked in confusion, "Spying on military intelligence? Why?" "Fermilab is also working on a project to measure the mass of the W boson, so they're a competitor of ours." "Is that so?" Lin Xiao understood, and then said, "Then if it's convenient for you now, please come and pick me up." "Okay. I'll be right there." The call was quickly hung up, and a moment later, Lin Xiao heard the doorbell ring. He packed his things, went to the door, and opened it. A blonde, blue-eyed British girl appeared before him. "Mr. Lin." Lin Xiao smiled at her. "Marcia, I told you, call me Elizabeth, not Marcia, it's the same." "It's the same." Lin Xiao smiled and said, "Okay, let's go now. I took the 4th subject this morning and got back a little late. Sorry for sending it late." Chapter 198. This is our science. CERN headquarters. He arrived at a reception room and saw 7 people sitting inside, chatting. Lin Xiao knew 3 of them. They were from CERN, including Fabiola Gennati. The other 4 were likely from Fermilab in the United States. When they saw Lin Xiao enter the room, they all stood up. "Mr. Lin." "Hello, Mr. Lin." Lin Xiao nodded. Gennati came over and introduced them. "I believe I don't need to explain further, Mr. Lin." "Lin, this is Nigel Lockyer, director of Fermilab, a key international partner of CERN." Lin Xiao looked at the man before him, extended his hand, and said with a smile, "Hello, Mr. Lockyer." "Mr. Lin, I've wanted to meet you for a long time." Lockyer nodded with a smile and shook Lin Xiao's hand. "I'm so fortunate to have a physicist like you in our world, leading us physicists to find the path to success after a difficult journey. I believe multidimensional field theory is absolutely the greatest theory in the world. I see the light of God in it." "You're so kind," Lin Xiao said with a smile. "My theory is also based on the wisdom of countless predecessors. My work simply elevates them, just. Then I imagine your elevation is like the hand of God, guiding them." Lockyer laughed heartily. After all the flattery, Lockyer seemed quite easy to talk to, but this also surprised the others. As the director of Fermilab, he had always been quite arrogant, looking down on ordinary scholars, especially younger ones. But now, facing Lin Xiao, he was so humble that it was almost unbelievable. However, the man before him was, after all, the originator of multidimensional field theory, and strength was respected in the academic world. Lin Xiao certainly earned Lockyer's respect. Of course, after the flattery ended, Gennady introduced Lin Xiao to several other people before getting down to business. I heard that Lin has been measuring the mass of the W boson recently? How is the situation now? Hearing this question, Lin Xiao smiled and said, "It's just like that. You know, measuring the mass of the W boson is not so easy, and our progress is not particularly great." Lockyer waved his hand and said, "I don't think so. Lin, didn't you say that you wanted to complete the measurement before this year's Solvay conference? It's August now, and with a math expert like you, Lin, there must not be any big problems, right?" Lin Xiao spread his hands and said, "How can it be so easy? We are still collecting data." "Collecting data? Don't you have the data ready?" Lin Xiao smiled. "There are still some new data that need to be collected." Lockyer was stunned. "New data? Isn't the LHC still undergoing upgrades and maintenance? Where should the new data be collected?" Lin Xiao picked up the tea next to him and took a sip. Although foreigners prefer coffee, he has gradually developed the habit of drinking tea. Then, he looked at Lockyer and said, "Mr. Lockyer, do you think those noisy radio-electromagnetic waves in our experimental environment are very annoying?" Lockyer nodded in agreement. "Yes, they are indeed annoying. These noises are as annoying as mosquitoes when you sleep at night. Without these radio-electromagnetic waves, it is unknown how much the accuracy of their experiments could be improved. Unfortunately, this problem obviously cannot be completely solved. It can only be alleviated, but the efficiency of the alleviation is not high." Lin Xiao put down the teacup and said, "So if we reduce these noises and remove them from our measurement data as much as possible, will it be easier for us to measure the mass of the W boson?" Lockyer was stunned and said, "Lin, you are not planning this, are you?" "Why not?" Lin Xiao spread his hands. "Eliminate these noises, and then we will find those traces that may represent the W boson. Believe me, this will be the only way for us to measure the W boson more accurately." Before Lockyer spoke, another researcher from Fermilab couldn't help but say, "This is impossible. If electromagnetic wave noise is really so easy to solve, it would have been solved long ago. It affects at least 15% of all our experiments. If this problem can be solved, it means that the accuracy of our experiments can be increased by 15% on average. I don't know how much research we have done in this area before. Lin, don't tell me that you want to solve this problem before the Solvay conference officially begins on December 19th, and then solve the problem of measuring the mass of the W boson." Lin Xiao looked at the researcher. His name was Rhys Packett, a professor of physics at the University of Chicago. Fermilab was affiliated with the university, so Professor Packett also worked there. He was, of course, no less famous, a highly respected figure in the physics community. And faced with such a professor's questioning, no one would have been indifferent. However, Lin Xiao simply smiled and said, "Professor Packett, sometimes life needs a few surprises, doesn't it? Maybe one day before the Solvay conference, you'll get one. Besides, I'm not saying we'll completely eliminate radio frequency noise, just minimize its impact. If we can reduce it all to an approximate function, these problems will be solved." Rhys Packett looked at Lin Xiao's confident face, opened his mouth, and wanted to say something, but finally leaned back in his seat, sighed, and said, "Maybe I'm getting old." He was a little confused by this young man. Just like the multidimensional field theory before, now he was talking about solving the problem of radio frequency interference with particle accelerators. For him, this was unimaginable. Not to mention that Lin Xiao actually had to complete it in less than 5 months, which was even more unimaginable. Is this something humans can achieve at this stage? Lockyer, standing by, smiled and patted Packett, saying, "Old Rhys, we're not math whizzes after all, so let's trust Lin." He then nodded at Lin Xiao and said, "Then I hope you succeed. If you do, it will be a blessing for all of us particle physics researchers. Unfortunately, we can't help you with this matter. I can only wish you God's blessing." "Don't worry, Mr. Lockyer," Lin Xiao smiled. "At least, I haven't failed yet." Everyone present was stunned by Lin Xiao's words. Indeed, in their impression, Lin Xiao had never failed. From mathematics to materials chemistry, and then to physics, he always achieved amazing achievements. Elizabeth, standing nearby, also looked at Lin Xiao's profile, her eyes filled with admiration. A confident man is always so charming. The meeting didn't end there. They continued to exchange research experiences, concluding over an hour later. Nigel Lockyer and his group said goodbye to Lin Xiao but didn't leave. They had other things to discuss and visit. After all, they hadn't come here just to see Lin Xiao. However, watching Lin Xiao leave, someone couldn't help but ask, can he succeed? Whether he succeeds or not, we just need to do our job, Nigel Lockyer said. A few months. We've been working on this for over a year. If he succeeds first, all our efforts will be in vain. They were also working on the W boson mass measurement at Fermilab. As Elizabeth had said, they were indeed here to gather military intelligence. Originally, they had thought that Lin Xiao, with only a few months of research, would never succeed before them. But seeing Lin Xiao's confidence today, they had a feeling that perhaps he could indeed succeed. No experiment is wasted, Nigel Lockyer said, waving his hand. If he succeeds, our experiment will serve as a verification for them. If he fails, he will provide us with experience and help, and we will then accomplish our shared purpose for him. He turned and walked away. That's science. Tomorrow, we'll resume the 10,000 chapter update schedule, but we'll maintain a 2-chapter schedule to help even out subscriptions. There may also be a fully subscribed extra chapter soon, with some very exciting content, about 1/10 the content of the 3-body problem, to be fair. I hope you'll support it. Chapter 199 I Succeed. Scientific research doesn't happen overnight, even if Lin Xiao is confident in himself. Of course, his confidence wasn't an exaggeration. He had already developed a more fundamental approach to dealing with these chaotic systems of noise, whether it was radio waves or ambient thermal radiation. They were all electromagnetic waves, while the Earth's magnetic field was a magnetic field influence. Then there were the impurity particles within. The vacuum within the LHC was an ultra-high vacuum, with a pressure of only 10 to the negative 7th power of pascals. This pressure was about 100 times lower than that of the Moon, making it the emptiest place in the solar system. However, impurities were clearly present. Based on this pressure, the density of the gas within could be estimated, and thus the density of the impurity molecules. The same was true for everything else. They all had one thing in common: they ultimately affected the region of space where the particles collided. With this relationship, Lin Xiao was able to combine them all into a single system and analyze and process them using a mathematical method. So, what mathematical method should I choose to process them? Lin Xiao raised his brow slightly, recalling the methods in chaotic systems theory: unimodal mapping, iterative systems, Duffin oscillators, Rossler attractors. Finally, he frowned slightly. None of the existing chaos theory methods can solve my problem, but this problem didn't stump him. If he didn't have the tools, he would create them. Once he created this tool, he would be able to eliminate all these noises. Keep going. It looks like I have to work for a while. With a slight sigh, he took out his pen and immersed himself again. In his quiet mind, the particles of inspiration gradually began to collide and burst forth. In the cat's bed nearby, Mimi looked at his owner, who had lowered his head again, meowed, and lay back down in his bed, quietly gazing at his owner's face. Then he looked away, stretched out, and finally fell asleep again. The kitten didn't have to work, so he didn't care about anything else. He just wanted to enjoy his life. As long as its owner doesn't take it everywhere, it's fine. Chaos theory is a similarly difficult field in mathematics. Because it emerged in the late 20th century, relatively few prominent figures have achieved significant success in it compared to other theories. Of course, many choose this field, as the theory has such widespread application that it's sometimes considered one of the 3 great scientific revolutions of the 20th century, along with quantum mechanics and relativity. The butterfly effect, so famous even elementary school students know it, also stems from chaos theory. The butterfly effect describes the sensitivity of chaotic systems to initial conditions, and reducing the sensitivity is a major area of Lin Xiao's research. 2 months passed quietly like this. How long has it been since we last saw Mr. Lin? In a laboratory at CERN, the 9 members of the Lin group sat bored in their rooms, unsure of what to do. They hadn't seen Lin Xiao for a long time, especially since 2 months ago, when he had essentially disappeared. At most, A month ago, he'd given instructions about the upcoming tasks and then vanished once more. Of course, he didn't disappear literally. He simply stayed in his room, researching something. But that wasn't the main point. The main point was that the research team had already completed the tasks he'd assigned them over a week ago. In other words, the W boson mass measurement project hadn't made any progress for a week, and now hundreds of people were like they were on vacation, unsure what to do. Including the 9 of them. Elizabeth, aren't you responsible for delivering Mr. Lin's meals every day? Do you know what he's researching? Sterling asked, looking at Elizabeth Marcia next to him. Elizabeth was leaning on one hand, looking down at a paper. Hearing Sterling's sudden question, she snapped back to her senses and said helplessly, I don't know. It's all math stuff. I took a look at it, but I don't understand anything. Okay, Sterling shook his head helplessly. Another girl approached Elizabeth, winked at her, and asked, Elizabeth, you've been delivering food to Mr. Lin for so long, haven't you ever had any problems with him? Elizabeth was stunned, her face flushing. Alyssa. Don't talk nonsense. I was just delivering food to him. Ha. Miss Marcia, you don't even believe what you're saying, do you? Another boy chimed in. That's right. Elizabeth, as long as there's a chance to get close to Mr. Lin, you never give up. Elizabeth, don't be shy. Everyone in the room teased Elizabeth. Elizabeth's face flushed even more. She had thought no one had noticed her little thoughts, but now it seemed she was the clown. No, she protested loudly, then slumped over the table, burying her burning face in her arms. Everyone laughed, and the room was suddenly filled with joy. Sterling smiled, but as the oldest and most composed person present, he paused. He then asked, Okay, Elizabeth, don't be shy. But haven't you asked Mr. Lin what we're going to do next? If he doesn't make arrangements, the professors might get angry. Just as Elizabeth was about to reply, there was a knock on their door. We're already angry. Several people walked in. They were all researchers on the project team, and most of them held professorial positions. After entering, the professor who had spoken earlier continued, Where's Lin Xiao? We've been idle for a week. Didn't he say he'd finish it before the Solvay conference? Another professor chimed in, We all expected him to lead us to success, and yet he hasn't seen his own people yet? If he doesn't respond again, I'll take my students back to Zurich. Several other professors also expressed their intentions, threatening to leave the project team if they didn't see Lin Xiao. Seeing these renowned professors at CERN coming to their door, especially one of them, Professor Byron Winston, who is notoriously ill-tempered, Sterling and the others felt their scalps tingle. Professors, please be patient. Mr. Lin's work is absolutely crucial to our project. You know he's trying to solve the problem of radio-electromagnetic noise. Professor Winston, known for his bad temper, interrupted him impatiently, Don't talk nonsense. I just know we haven't seen Lin in almost 2 months. He's the overall project leader, and we need to see him. At least to know his progress. Our time is precious. Faced with Professor Winston's expression, Sterling had no choice but to say, Okay, I'll call Mr. Lin now, but I can't guarantee he'll answer. He then took out his phone and dialed Lin Xiao. Sometimes, when calling Lin Xiao, the call wouldn't go through. It was probably because he was immersed in his studies. And they all knew this. Judging by the time, Lin Xiao wouldn't have answered the phone at this time. But Byron Winston didn't care. He snorted and said, If he doesn't answer, just go to his house and find him. Sterling shrugged, but at that moment, the call actually went through. Hello? Sterling, what's the matter? Sterling was stunned. He didn't expect a call to be connected. Then he quickly said, Mr. Lin, it's like this. After he told Lin Xiao the purpose of Professor Winston and others' visit, he apologized. Sorry, Mr. Lin, Professor Winston and others are a little anxious, so I had to call you. I don't know if it disturbed your research. Haha, so it's about this matter. It's okay. Lin Xiao was not angry. He smiled and said, How about this? Let's have a meeting tomorrow. You notify others. If there are no problems, I think we are very close to the final goal. Hearing Lin Xiao's words, Sterling's eyes widened. You mean, you succeeded? Basically, that's the case. At least I now judge that it is successful theoretically. After the meeting tomorrow, we will use the computer to simulate, and then we can really confirm it. Sterling immediately showed an extremely excited expression. Okay. I'll arrange tomorrow's meeting right away. Well, thank you for your help. I need to have a good rest. Lin Xiao smiled, His expression already frazzled by the last sentence, he was clearly exhausted. "My pleasure, sir. You can rest," Sterling responded immediately. Then, the call ended. Sterling put the phone down, his face brimming with excitement. His words had a dozen or so people around him staring at him with inquiring eyes. Professor Winston, already impatient, immediately grabbed Sterling's arm and asked, "Did Lin succeed?" Sterling smiled and nodded. He had been a little worried about getting a beating from Professor Winston, but now, he straightened his back and said to Winston, "Mr. Lin said he'll hold a meeting tomorrow, presumably to introduce his method. So, Professor Winston, don't worry. Let's wait until tomorrow." With a firm time, Winston's anxiety subsided. "Okay, I'll look forward to tomorrow then, let's go." Watching Winston and the other professors leave, the 9 young men finally felt relieved. "Professor Winston is as terrifying as the legend says." "That's true," Sterling smiled and said, "but at least our Mr. Lin helped us get rid of Professor Winston." Everyone laughed. Who knows what Winston would have said if the call hadn't gone through. It was just like those stress monsters in gaming. "Okay, everyone, get ready. Go notify the various teams. Maybe tomorrow we'll witness the birth of another great theory." "Okay." The news spread quickly. For the hundreds of people on the W boson mass measurement project, they had been eagerly awaiting this news. They were drawn to joining Lin Xiao's team precisely because of his academic reputation. He seemed to have the power to transform seemingly impossible problems into something magical, easily solving any seemingly dead end, especially his multidimensional field theory. For the past few months, the physics community, through research on multidimensional field theory, had theoretically explained countless dark clouds that had previously hovered over the physics sky of the new century. For example, the temporal protection conjecture has been perfectly explained by multidimensional field theory. Another example is the black hole information paradox, which has also been explained by multidimensional field theory. Of course, multidimensional field theory is not a panacea. Some problems remain unresolved. However, for now, it has become a powerful force in the edifice of physics, gradually establishing a new edifice and gaining widespread acclaim. Recently, nearly every physics paper in Nature and Science has been linked to multidimensional field theory, drawing on findings derived from it. Readers are enthusiastic about these new theories. Since readers are king, these 2 major journals are increasingly open to submissions on this topic. This has led many researchers in other disciplines to temporarily avoid the multidimensional field theory craze and wait until later to submit their papers, avoiding the possibility of rejection. The driving force behind this is, of course, Lin Xiao, the proponent and founder of multidimensional field theory, who now commands considerable fascination within the physics community. Everyone on the project team had joined this research primarily because of this allure. They all believed that Lin Xiao had every chance of leading them to success, even if he had said he would eliminate the influence of radio-electromagnetic waves on their experiments. Now, it seemed that Lin Xiao had lived up to their expectations, announcing his success. Consequently, hundreds of high-energy physicists working at CERN were eagerly awaiting tomorrow's meeting. Of course, it wasn't just those on Lin Xiao's project team. Members of other project teams, upon hearing the news, had also made their preparations for tomorrow's meeting. If he could truly eliminate the influence of radio-electromagnetic noise, then all of the over 30,000 particle accelerators worldwide, even excluding those not used for scientific research, such as medical accelerators, would be able to use his method to optimize experimental data and conduct better experiments. Therefore, it was safe to say that Lin Xiao's method would benefit fundamental scientific research, and therefore benefit humanity itself. Therefore, everyone wanted to know exactly what this method entailed. The next day arrived as planned 2 p.m. CERN, main auditorium. The main auditorium wasn't large, holding only about 200 people under normal circumstances. However, today, over 300 people were crammed into the main auditorium. The seats for 200 or so clearly couldn't accommodate so many people sat in the aisles or stood at the back. They were mostly middle-aged or older, with few young people, and those who were able to sit were generally more accomplished. As for the interns, they were practically unable to get in. They had no choice but to give up their seats to the full-time researchers. Of course, to accommodate as many viewers as possible, the conference was live-streamed, allowing those unable to attend to see the details. However, as word spread, even more high-energy physics scholars around the world became interested in the conference, and the number of people entering the live stream grew. Even mathematicians, upon hearing that it was Lin Xiao's live stream, joined in the fun. Before anyone knew it, the live stream had over 4,000 people in attendance, all real people from all over the world, from China to Europe to America. At this moment, Lin Xiao was standing in the main auditorium, debugging his computer, completely unaware of the sheer number of people paying attention. This crowd was already comparable to the previous meetings he'd held. Of course, he didn't have time to pay attention. As the debugging was complete, he checked his watch. It was time for the meeting to officially begin. He raised his head, facing the assembled audience with a faint smile, and said, "Hello everyone. I never expected to attract so much attention. It's truly an honor." Of course, without further ado, I'll now share with my project team and all of you who have come here specially for this opportunity the results of my research over the past 2 months. In our high-energy physics research, there's always a certain amount of noise. It seriously affects our data processing and gives us a headache. It's this culprit that causes our results to constantly fluctuate. But now, I'm 99% confident I can help us resolve this noise. Well, let's get started. First, let me introduce a concept everyone should be familiar with: chaos theory. Chapter 200: Vaccines in Mathematics. The original state of all things is a pile of seemingly unrelated fragments, but after this chaotic state ends, these inorganic fragments will organically come together into a whole. This is chaos theory. Applying this description to the particle collider we just started is very appropriate. In this initial situation, the surrounding electromagnetic waves are certain, the surrounding temperature is certain, the atmospheric pressure inside is also certain, and finally, the initial momentum and position of the particles we emitted are also certain. Then, the chaotic system was pressed the start button and began to become complicated. In summary, we can know their initial state. But their complicated state is difficult to explore. Then, our sensors output piles of abnormal data that are difficult to analyze. But no matter what, these abnormal data can eventually be screened out by tracing their roots, screen them out, then block them, and what remains is the data we need. This is the idea behind my method, which I named the root search method. Now, I will officially begin to explain my idea. At this point, Lin Xiao smiled and glanced at the people in the conference room. Everyone was now focused, their eyes fixed on him, clearly captivated by what he had just said. Then, Lin Xiao added, "However, since I only completed the entire theory yesterday, my slides aren't particularly well prepared. Therefore, I will primarily present my method through mathematical derivation." The slides flickered, first displaying a formula. Lin Xiao then walked to the blackboard, picked up his chalk, and began his mathematical deduction. However, the vast majority of the audience grew numb as they watched Lin Xiao begin to write the formula. When it came to mathematics, how many people present, or even those watching his presentation, could compare to him? Seeing the complex equations in Lin Xiao's argument, at least half of the audience gave up. Of course, a small number of people were still good enough in math to follow his process. As Lin Xiao's argument progressed from beginning to end, those who could follow along couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Amazing, chaos theory, can it even be this far? In short, in Lin Xiao's model, he added a marker to each of the initial quantities. This mark would follow them to the end. After countless transformations, it would be difficult for the initial quantity to escape this marker. Then, they could easily find data containing this mark within all the data. In their experiment, they could first simulate and calculate the mark of radio frequency noise. This mark would be equivalent to the common characteristics of all radio frequency noise, thus directly eliminating all other noise that shared this common characteristic. It's like a vaccine. It first teaches the immune system to recognize viruses that might invade the body, and then, when those viruses attack, it can directly produce antibodies to immunize it. This root-finding method is truly amazing, incredible, truly incredible. Mathematics truly has infinite possibilities. By the time Lin Xiao's mathematical proof reached its conclusion, those who had understood all of his theories had fully grasped the magic of this method. Director's Office, Fermilab, USA. Nigel Lockyer sat at his desk, watching the live presentation on his computer screen. He was also a skilled mathematician, so he could follow Lin Xiao's progress. But now, his gaze was filled with deep awe. A root-finding method, directly marking the initial quantities? Previously, he had never imagined there was such a mathematical theory that could help them find the common characteristics of the noise in the experimental data. It seemed impossible to him. But now that Lin Xiao had achieved this, his admiration for the young man deepened. Is this the ability of the most exceptional mathematical genius? To achieve this level? It seems he's still one step ahead of us, he sighed softly. It seemed their project could only serve as a verification of Lin Xiao's results. Lockyer then pulled out his phone and called his project team, asking them to keep an eye on Lin Xiao's root-finding method. He didn't know when he would publish it. Putting his phone down, he sat in front of the screen and applauded the person on it, in Professor Edward Witten's room at the Institute for Advanced Study in Princeton. Edward Witten was also watching the live broadcast. As for Lin Xiao's mathematical process, it was even easier for him. After all, the weight of the field's metal lay there. Witten watched Lin Xiao's proposed root-check method and his argument with envy. He wasn't envious of Lin Xiao's talent. He was just a genius. Who wasn't a genius? He was a renowned genius, and a supremely versatile one at that. He had studied liberal arts in his undergraduate studies, majoring in history and minoring in languages. At the time, feeling a vengeance for politics, he casually wrote a few articles for political magazines, which accidentally became a viral sensation. He then joined a presidential candidate's campaign and pursued a master's degree in economics, but dropped out after just one semester. He enrolled at Princeton University, earning a doctorate in applied mathematics and later a doctorate in physics. It was then that his true talent blossomed, so much so that he won the Fields Medal 5 years before he even proposed M-theory. As the founder of M-theory, he has long been considered the greatest physicist of our time, often called the heir to Einstein. However, now, facing the unconventional genius that is Lin Xiao, those titles are gradually being attributed to him. Lin Xiao consistently pulls off seemingly impossible feats, and compared to his M-theory, his achievements are even more remarkable. This is precisely what he envies, Lin Xiao's ability to derive such unscientific concepts scientifically, especially those related to physics. As for Lin Xiao's proofs of the Goldbach conjecture and the twin prime conjecture, or his reputation as the greatest mathematical genius, these are not things he envies. Of course, while he envies Lin Xiao, he is also extremely happy and relieved, because his physics community is fortunate. The emergence of such a genius brings them closer to the truth. But when will I find my own string? He sighed. Strings are to him what multidimensionality is to Lin Xiao. If he could truly discover cosmic strings, that would be the meaning of his life. While it was possible to connect M-theory with multidimensional field theory, being able to indirectly observe the strings directly from the experimental data was what mattered most to him. However, at this moment, a sudden realization struck him. He quickly glanced at the liver stream on the screen, at the equations on Lin Xiao's blackboard, and then he reviewed the derivations he had just followed Lin Xiao's ideas. He remembered something. He had heard about the liver stream because he'd heard Lin Xiao was trying to solve the electromagnetic noise problem in particle accelerator experiments. He had been following Lin Xiao, and the problem was indeed an important one, so he came. But after looking at it all, it seemed that Lin Xiao's root-finding method wasn't limited to solving radiomagnetic waves. It could also solve all noise that could affect the accuracy of experimental data. His mathematical intuition told him this, and it was very likely correct. If this root-finding method could be applied to radiomagnetic waves, why couldn't it also be applied to environmental thermal radiation? And also to the Earth's magnetic field, gravity, and other factors that could affect the accuracy of the data. So, if we ignore some influences, it means that all kinds of noise could be directly reduced by 80%, or even over 90%. Just how clear would the data they collected be? Then, in such clear particle collision data, could we discover some unusual data, revealing any traces of strings? Edward Witten's heart couldn't help but surge with excitement. What if it really was possible? He took a deep breath and made a phone call, "Book me a ticket to Geneva." So, this is my root-finding method. Of course, I have a better name, mathematical vaccine, because it's like a vaccine in mathematics, eradicating those viruses and bacteria for us. I hope everyone will help me spread the word about it. Facing the audience of over 300, Lin Xiao finished his presentation. The audience of over 300 people applauded this genius for yet another great achievement, and also for the birth of this mathematical vaccine. As the applause gradually faded, Lin Xiao smiled and continued, "Okay, my turn is over. Now it's everyone's turn. Does anyone have any questions?" Soon, someone raised their hand. "Lin, this method shouldn't be limited to radio waves, right? It should be able to address even more noise. Thermal radiation, the Earth's magnetic field, gravity, all these noises that affect our data. Oh, viruses and bacteria, right? Your vaccine should be able to detect and kill them all, right? Because they can all find common characteristics using your method. Clearly, the person who asked the question was also good at math and quickly realized this. And after his reminder, everyone present also realized the problem. Suddenly, everyone's face was filled with shock. Lin Xiao's method actually solved other noises as well? They were all top experts, and they all understood what this meant. This meant that the accuracy of their future experiments would be greatly improved, which would also make it easier for them to discover hidden secrets hidden in various data. It suddenly occurred to them that throughout the meeting, Lin Xiao had been claiming to have found a solution to noise, not just radio wave noise. Did this mean that Lin Xiao had known this all along? Everyone turned to Lin Xiao again, hoping to get confirmation from him. Lin Xiao opened his hands, his smile widening. Yes, that's right. My mathematical vaccine is a universal vaccine. It's not called a radio electromagnetic wave vaccine, and, according to my calculations, if it's used to process all kinds of noise, its efficiency should reach over 88%. Upon hearing Lin Xiao's confirmation, the audience couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. It was actually true. Being able to process all kinds of noise was truly amazing. Furthermore, Lin Xiao's claim of an efficiency of over 88% astonished them even more. It was simply incredible. They were already imagining the scene of their future experimental data processing, completely eliminating all the discordant data, leaving only valid data. It was the stuff of dreams for high-energy physics researchers, and some of them had actually dreamed of it. They applauded Lin Xiao once again, cheering for his method, which seemed to be redeeming the world of high-energy physics. They also cheered, "Wonderful, oh my goodness, amazing." These cheers were not only for Lin Xiao, but also for themselves. This method was a blessing to them. When the applause died down again, Lin Xiao smiled and said, "All right, does anyone have any questions?" No one raised their hands, as they were already eager to apply this new method to their research and see its effectiveness. It was like buying a new phone. Once you get it, you can't help but want to play with it. Lin Xiao didn't disappoint them. He then said, "Okay, let's end this meeting here. Also, friends in the W boson mass measurement project, from now on, we will officially use this method to process our experimental data and complete our project as soon as possible, okay?" The more than 100 members of his project team responded in unison, then stood up and left the main auditorium. Lin Xiao didn't linger any longer. After gathering his belongings, he left. Next, their job was to program the root-finding method into a computer program and use it to process their data. Lin Xiao wasn't needed for this step. After all, his project team had no shortage of programmers. For Lin Xiao, his only task was to organize the root-finding method. After all, not only the researchers at CERN, but also particle accelerators around the world were eagerly awaiting his work. After about 2 days of preparation, he posted the paper on Arxiv and submitted it to the Annals of Mathematics. With it done, he breathed a sigh of relief. His work was finally over. Still, I've gained quite a lot, he smiled slightly. He was already looking forward to the rewards he'd receive from the system after using the root-finding method to measure the mass of the W boson. Of course, the root-finding method had also brought him a good reward. 1,500 math experience points, 443 physics experience points, and 40 truth points. This also shows that the root-checked method is highly evaluated in the system. His profile now read, Host, Lin Xiao, Truth Points. 153.5, Universal Truth Branch Level, Mathematics, Level 4, 3,000, 5,000, Chemistry, Level 1, 2/50, Physics, Level 3, 200/1000, Biology, Level 1, 2/50, Materials Science, Level 3, 60th, 1000, Informatics, Level 1, 25/50. The advancement of physics to Level 3 also increased his brain development by 0.4%. As a result, his brain development has now reached 5.35%. Breaking through the 5% mark has made him feel a difference in his perception of his surroundings. Lying down on the bed, feeling a sense of comfort and ease, Lin Xiao pulled out his phone. Let me ask Sterling where the program is. He then called Sterling and asked. It's about 20% complete now, okay, take your time. No rush? We still have plenty of time, okay? After learning more about the situation, the call ended. Programming the root-finding method naturally takes time. Lin Xiao wasn't in a rush. After putting down his phone, he was just about to take a break and get some sleep when the call rang again. Is this Professor Edward Witten? Seeing the caller, Lin Xiao was puzzled. Why was he calling him? Hello, Professor Witten, it's me, Lin. I'm at CERN and want to discuss the root-finding method with you. 2 chapters, over 9,800 words, almost 10,000 words. I wrote some more this morning, so it's a little late to post. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.